That's the shofar.
Blessings. What you said? I just blessings. Okay. Blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. Blessings. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a be lesson, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And my heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. All praise to the Most High, Yah. Praise Yah. Everything you allow, only cause of your will. His will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, Yah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Praise the name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Me satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied with where you give. Where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed. Thank you cause me don't put money first. Thank you cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you cause you farm flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you cause you farm flesh from the dirt. Overall me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give. Where you give. Where you give. for life. Thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it make me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it make me know light. Thank you for days, me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where I give, the way I give. I'm more than what you need, so don't let for greed. Satisfied with where I give, the way I give. I'm more than what you need, so don't get fooled. Satisfied with where I give, the way I give. I'm more than what you need, so don't get fooled. Satisfied with where I give. Sing fit on my yard, where I give. I'm more than what you need, so don't get fooled. Satisfied.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Woo.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, Yahaya. Toraba, Yahaya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name.
All right. Mike is muted. All right. All praises to the Most High. Let me check. All right. Now I understand they're going to mute myself every time I share a thing. I don't understand why they be, you know how even YouTube be doing too much? These programs be doing too much. Welcome everybody. Shabbat Shalom, the seventh day. I'm going to make myself a little bigger on the screen. Hold on. Let me do it now. Let me get myself together. I got to get my life together. Get myself together. All right, let me come on the screen. Hold on, how do I have to make myself a little bigger? This one, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. Yeah, you know how not only YouTube, all these platforms be doing too much, right? They're always changing stuff. Stuff works, you know. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Y'all know that saying? I'm trying to center myself for the vertical live stream. Oh, I gotta remember to change the vertical live stream to a short vertical. All right, I'm gonna do that when I bring my brothers and sisters in. Oh yeah, we going there tonight. How the Romans conquered Hellenistic Egypt and the Didying that was going on. So tonight you're gonna learn. We're gonna do a deep dive. You're gonna learn some real, uncover some mysterious facts, some ancient history, some ancient images. You're gonna have the understanding of what Rome, as we broke down Greece. So now in this series of the creation of Christianity, we went to Hellen's Demoi people tribe. We went to the Demoi clan. These were what later the Romans would call the Greeks. We went from the Demoi clan to the Philae tribe. They became this tribe about 1200 BC when the Danaans, the tribe of Dan, met with them on the Mycenaean Islands, right? Mixed with them. Then they became Hellenes after they went into a dark ages for 400 years, right? And then when the sea people invaded, right, the what they call the Aegean Sea, we're going there tonight. We're gonna learn a lot of the foundation for these terms and these names that these cultures termed as they did it in these languages. So every culture and every conquering civilization or uncivilization or whatever, history is written by the conquerors, right? So when they write history or when they rewrite history, right, they most cultures would write their historical books into their own image, right? They will replace people's actual physical image with drawings and also their linguistics, right? And the etymology of words. So they would write themselves as favorable in their history books, right? This was a cultural thing, right? Of slavery, assimilation, colonization, whatever you want to call it, right? Conquering, right? And so we're going to find out that these words that they called, that we in the English language, which is the lingua franca, the tongue spoken worldwide, the number one tongue spoken worldwide, these words we speak, we're going to find out some of the root where the foundation of these words come from. And then you're going to find out that some of these words that's written in our books, our texts, our Bibles, our manuscripts, all of that, they're actually rooted in other gods, fallen angel gods. And a lot of these gods was about Gideon, men and booties. Men, it's crazy. All right, so tonight, I'm a little head blown that some of these terminologies for what we call these oceans, seas, land masses, even the color, right? It's a color thing as well. And the ancients that they called positions, they called ancient positions colors, right? That's where you get things like the Red Sea. Oh yeah, we're going there. The reason why they called it red. All right? So we're going there. So all praise to the Most High. May y'all get y'all snacks together. We just getting started. Just got paid. Bam, bam. It's Friday night. Everybody celebrated their Thanksgiving last night. For those who celebrated Thanksgiving, all right? I hope you repent for that transgression because there ain't nothing to be celebrated. Yep, there ain't nothing but ultra right? Slaughter of some of the natives, there's not nothing to be celebrated, but whatever, right? We understand we've been conditioned and programmed, right? Need to deprogram yourself, right? So, and now I think ain't today is Black Friday, right? But whatever. So, all right. So now let me put my link so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Present invite guests. There we go. Copy and come to the chat. Oh, I ain't get to see the chat yet. Peace and blessings, chat. Shout out to Saudi Tate, right? Yeah, I ain't celebrating nothing either. All right, I've been done with all these pagan devil days that they worshiping the unalive and the slaughter and the massacring the people. And you trying to rewrite it. Oh, it's just a day we get that the devil's a lie. No, it ain't. And now it's no problem. Let me explain this part so that people don't think, oh, you just uppity, right? I understand that give Caesar what Caesar's, right? In the law of the land that we're in today, tonight lesson ain't about that, but let me explain. That they made these heli days or holidays, right? And that's the day that we get off. Some of us get off work, right? So you might want to get together with your family members. I understand that, right? But the problem is when you use that day to get together with the family members, right? It's when you not teach what really that foundation was rooted in. What I'm saying is, let's say if you get together and you saying, well, because I know the black people got a saying now that they do, they call it the get together day or something. They trying to not celebrate Thanksgiving and say it's a get together day, right? The problem is when what you should be doing is when you do get together on that day, instead of doing all this turkey stuff and all this. So when you make the foods for their celebration of this massacre is when you're in covenant with it, right? It's what you're doing about it. Now, if you took that day and you got together, but you also sat down, you can have a meal and all that, and you explain, you broke down what happened to the natives on that day, right? You teach the youth, the children, so that they're not blindly celebrating this day of killing and slaughter, right? So you teach them so that they can go forth, and you break down, you read the books, it's all there, what happened on that day of slaughter. You break it down and then you rebuke it, right? So as you praying over your dinner, you say, we don't give this dinner over to no thanks of killing. We gather together. We know in Caesar, they gave us this day off, and we gather together and we going to teach the truth. We gather together to repent for the sins of these people, what they did to the natives, and we rebuke it, right? And that's how you take control over a heli day. That's how you take control over the darkness. That's how you be a light in the darkness, not just become one with it and give into it and just be like, well, it's trunk or treat, right? And all this crap. No, you teach the truth about it so that the babies who are gathered together for Thanksgiving, who gathered together for a share a tree under this pagan devil worship days, right? They can learn what the true meaning is, and then they can pass that on. And that's how you break the covenantal curse of the cycle of celebrating. The days of go along to get along should be done with. You understand? The Most High is unveiling too many ancient truths and mysteries and bringing everything to light. And you got to do something about it. You just don't stay in the same. You stuck on stagnant and you stuck on stupid. I'm sorry, it is what it is. All right? That's what it is. We're called to what? Parable of talents, to grow. We don't stay the same. I ain't the same as I was last week, 2 weeks, 3 years. What's up? If you doing that, you just dead. You stagnant water. You water, still water that just don't move. It gets bacteria. It gets stagnant. You heard? All right. Now, stagnant water gets bacteria. Gets toxic. All right. Now, let's all right. So we're going. Let me add my brothers and sisters in. Shalom Hakyama. Shalom Yasha Yaha. All right. So now we got a lot to bring out. I got a lot to reveal. Okay, I just emailed myself one picture. I'm still trying to get it together as we started. That's why I played Yasha music. That's Yasha on the screen. That's his music. Satisfy where I live. That's him. That's the young king singing that song and rapping and singing and all that. He beatboxing and everything. He wasn't beatboxing, but he doing his thing. All right, so let me download. I email myself a picture, right? Because I'm still preparing. I had a little video, but it's okay. We got this series gonna go on. So I got another picture that I just emailed myself. So where is I downloaded it? There you go. Just download. Let me check where you at. Where you at? There you go. Then I gotta crop you, right? I'm gonna have to crop you. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna crop you. There we go. Right there. I can make you a little bigger, right? That's funny. I ain't gonna say what was in my mind. That's that sin. I rebuke that. Control S is a joke. Y'all know my sense of humor. All right. Some of y'all could probably realize what I was what I was thinking. All right, so here we go. Let's capture that. All right, we cooking with olive oil. Got my image, right? So now I'm gonna go to I can close that. Let me pull up the YouTube, right? Oh, I got one YouTube. Oh no, I changed it for Satisfy YouTube. I gotta change the image, change the thumbnail to this. So Hakiyama, which one of these is the vertical view? Which
If you
one?
go to the home page, then it's the second one. But if you go to the live
I'm going.
tab, it's the first one.
Okay, all right. So let me get there first. So figure out what you just said. So I'm going to the live tab, and it's the first one is the short. Yep, I could tell because it's less numbers over there. Oh, that's the easy way to tell. It's always less numbers on the vertical live stream. So then I click that one, right? There we go. Look, that's us. We all in the box. Oh, I gotta turn the banner on. Don't remind me to turn the banner on tonight. I didn't turn it on last time. So I'm gonna go to edit video, right? There we go. There we go. And then I'm gonna click parentheses, bang, shorts, cap lock, shorts, view. Sorry I gotta do this, guys. They should be able to do this, let you know it's a vertical view. Ooh, too many letters. Okay, so let me check hidden history exposed off. Right, take that off. Right, hold on, delete. There we go. Save. So now we got the shorts view. So everybody, when you come to the live, if it's in a long form, like a TikTok format, and you don't like that, you go out and there's another regular 16:9 view that fills up your screen and your phone when you turn it, right? Horizontal and stuff like that, right? So they gave you two options, vertical view and a regular view, right? So it's two live streams. All right, shout out to Facebook as well. All right, and Sunday I'm doing the 25 to life dedication. Everybody, y'all see the post when I posted to my brother Pete. It's gonna be a dope 25 to life. We ain't did one in months and months. So everybody come over to Uncle Yahshua 25 to life testimony TV Friday. I think I'm gonna try to do it at 8 o'clock, maybe 8:30. I'm gonna try to get up early. All right, I'm gonna try to it's a special dedication. My brother Pierre died. RIP to my brother RIS, rest in Shalayam, to my brother Pierre Montgomery. All right, my brother Pete went back. Hopefully Pete's in Abraham's bosom because he was a good dude. Pete was really a good dude. He was official too. At one time he went gangster and all that. And I think Pete did a lot of time in jail too. He got himself in some trouble. But yeah, he was, we all had our sin and transgression that we did in the world. Well, not all of us, but some of us, especially our era. We came up in the crack era in the 80s in New York City, right? In New York, in the heroin era and all that. And it was hard not to. He from Martin Luther King projects. I'm from Parkside projects. Our two projects are close to one another, right? Shout out to the D Block, the Drive, Martin Luther King Drive. Y'all already know in any neighborhood, in America, if it's Martin Luther King block, building, drive, lane, that's the hoodie hood, right? So their projects is Martin Luther King Projects Drive. So you already know what kind of hell going on. You already know what was going down in that project. That's Hempstead Strong Island, right? All right. Okay. So I did that. I did the shorts view, right? And then I can change that to Google to take some of the what's the name away, right? Make that smaller. Now let me come back. Let's get this party started. I did that. What's the name? I made that that picture. Let me grab that picture and open it up. We getting started because I put a picture that got something to do with tonight. I had another video, but that's all right. That's okay. That's okay. All right, so double click. Oh, I got 3 more pictures. All right, we shook it. Sugar. All right, so I can take this picture. Which one I'm gonna do first? And then I know I can go backwards. So double click that. There we go. Who were they? Yeah, let's go. It's going down tonight. We got some teaching to do. Rome. Everything ain't what it seemed. Greece. Hellenes. Rome. The ancient Aegean Sea. The ancient lands. Everything ain't what they taught us. They didn't put bananas in all our tailpipes. Take the banana out. Pause. Right? Pause. Okay. All right. So now let's go. We got that's a funny clip. Am I gonna I can open with that clip. Okay. So I got so much to bring out. May the Most High guide me in the structure as I bring this out. So I did a little clip. So let me play this little clip at first. All right. Let me play this little clip. All right, let's do this first. Let me I put the thumbnail on the screen. All right, let's get started. So here we go. Share almost 60 people. So it's about 80 people because like almost 60 here and about 20 on the other, right? So we're about 80 on the live so far. It's Friday night. They'll be coming on in. Y'all come on in. Get your snacks. Let's go. Learn something today. It's going to be a word tonight. It's going to be good fruit tonight. Share screen. Bang. Window. Where is it? Bang. Share. All right, now this is the thumbnail. Let me make it bigger. Make it, let me make it. All right, let me, almost, there.
Excuse
There
me.
you go. Go ahead, Akiam. Here come,
Sometime tonight, can I read the house prayer?
yes, here come the daddy. You should have did that when I was looking for the thing. But no, I got you. Here come the diddies. Okay, yeah, these are the gangsters. Y'all gonna find out tonight. These are the gangsters of history. Now, this the gang you didn't want coming for you because y'all see these. Okay, y'all see this dress? The way they dressed. These little this it's crazy. So this thing is called the toga. All right, let me hold on. Y'all remind me to put the comments back on the screen after I break this thumbnail down, right? Because we we got some breaking down to do, right? Because they got some serious mess going. Okay, let me move that. That's in my way. Okay, click that. Then move. Okay, click that. There we go. And then what I'm doing, go and grab the thumbnail is here. All right, there we go. So nothing's blocking. So y'all see this? This is called the toga, right? Y'all heard of that. Then they have one for the females later. So the men, the Roman men and women both wore this for a time, right? But then later they made a version called the something. It'll come out. I bring receipts. It'll come out with the receipts. I can't remember the name. They made a version called the something. I think it started with an S that the woman would wear, right? And it was long like this, right? So the togas is supposed to be this fabric. It was supposed to be made out of wool, right? All wool, right? Because they said the wool had something to do with the gods and spiritual or whatever, right? And they would drape it over their shoulder and all that. And under it is supposed to be tunics, a tunic, the thing under it. Now under that, they ain't had no drawers on, just so y'all know. Because this culture was a culture about all you're gonna see a booty, a male love with the men with men. You understand? That's what it was about. It was all about the booty, okay? Because their gods was booty gods, right? Jupiter, all those gods. It comes from the Greeks, right? It comes from Zeus and all of them. They were all booty gods, right? Men with men, booty, male worship. That's where the gymnasium and all the baths, the thermes, the bath houses and the saunas and all the men worshiping men's bodies and the booties and diddying and right. So that's the culture, right? So now when these were the togas. Now the togas was they had all of their culture at first. I'm gonna bring receipts and stuff. All of their cultures was required to wear these when they first was establishing their cult, their like civilization, if that's what you want to call it, right? Shout out to Sister Shamara Yah, Shalayam, daughter of Yah, and thank you and Yeshala Yah for the correction about the Messiah's earth birth. You're correct. It was well, we don't know. Nobody knows the right date, but the best studies of the time in archaeology is you're right. It was around the Feast of Sukkot, around the Feast of Tabernacles, around September. You're correct. I was thinking something else when I said around the new year. I'm doing too. Sometimes I'm teaching something else. But thank y'all for y'all are correct with that. I remember once I see the comments, I'm like, that's right. From the three wise men, it was around years before it was too cold. It wasn't no December 25th. Right. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure I thank y'all. See, I'm a man with that takes correction. Don't ever listen to nobody, everybody, all of y'all. Don't listen to nobody who can't take correction or who think they're perfect and they don't make mistakes and errors. And if they do, they don't publicly correct themselves, right? You have to be lower. You have to understand that each one teach one, and we're not perfect. We're gonna make little mistakes and errors. You understand? But don't never let a man stand in arrogance in his error. If the man or woman is able to say, I apologize, I made a mistake. This, I meant that, that's a person that you can continue to eat from their table because that's what you're doing. All knowledge that you're getting, you're eating. It's you got to watch what tables you eat from. That's why I try to show all receipts. Like what I'm breaking down now, I'm about to show receipts tonight, and I like to show receipts from the so-called white people, because in the world today, that's who's conquered the modern world. And so a lot of people like to get, they only really trust those sources when they come from them. So I bring my sources. Then I also give you the public sources. So, because a lot of people are still conditioned like that, right? They like, listen, you got to show me where the white people said it, right? So yeah, I bring the white people that be, shout out to the so-called white people that be bringing out the truth too, the real truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, when it ain't even in their favor, when it's actually rewriting the history that they've been taught about themselves, the lies, right? The Bible, the Safari Yah, what they call the Bible, says even the Gentiles will say, we have inherited lies from our fathers. Okay, so anyway, let me continue. So this toga, right? So when they established we're going to learn tonight about them establishing their civilization or uncivilization, whatever, right? These Indo-Europeans right here, right? You're going to find out, right? Now, they from the Etruscans, okay, we going somewhere, okay, we going somewhere, all right, from the Sabines, all right. So anyway, so they dress was this toga, right? So then later they needed to differentiate the women from the men dress, so they gave the woman a safa something. It was like the same dress, but it was for a woman. It was tight, looked a little different, right? Now, then what they had with their dress code was if a woman was a adulteress, if a woman was caught being a cheat, an adulterer, right? Then she couldn't wear the woman's version of the toga, the long one. Or if the woman was a prostitute, was caught to be a harlot, a prostitution, she couldn't wear the long female toga. I'll show it. You'll see the name later. I should have wrote it down. It's S. I think it started with an S, right? She couldn't wear it. What they did was, for the woman who was caught in adultery, or the woman who was a prostitute, known to be a prostitute, selling her body. Thank you, a stola. Thank you. That's it, Hakim. Let me write it down. The stola. Thank you. So the stola is what they made for the woman later, right? It looks the same, but it was a woman version. Now, what they did, if a woman was caught in adultery, or a woman was caught as a prostituting, she couldn't wear a stola anymore. They made them a special dress, like a scarlet letter, right? It's like a mark or a sign. Yeah, they cared. Okay, Laria, the reason why they cared is because they wanted the women, the men of this civilization, or if that's what you want to call it, they wanted the women to be virgins, or to be only used for procreation, so that they can sleep with the woman and produce more men, so they can have the men is who they loved, and the men is the one they was in the relationship with. The women were just baby machines. But they didn't want the woman to be polluting the JJ, right? With smashing everybody else, and then also smashing the other nations. Because at this time, guys, this land that they now calling Italy, right? These peninsulas and stuff, this time they were all multicultural. So the Etruscans, the Etruscans and stuff, these were blacks, right? The Carthaginians, right? Some of the Sabines, so these were mixtures, right? Then you had the Sea people, you had Dan and them mixing them. The Philai tribe, what later became the Greeks, the Hellenes, they were mixed as well too. That's why when you go to Italy, right? If you go to Sicily, look at the original Sicilians and stuff. They were really melanated, darker skinned, right? Because these were mixed people, right? So this Indo-European group of people were actually trying to establish a more what you would call white culture, right? So they did care. They wanted the woman to be just keep themselves pure, just so whenever because they wanted to build more of, they had to build their culture, this civilization they're trying to create. They're establishing this. And because they had so much male on male, they couldn't repopulate themselves. They couldn't grow their numbers to conquer, because all they desired was one another. So they part of their culture was trying to make the woman stay pure so that they can use the woman for procreation and build more army members or military. You understand? And their military, they was all right. So it was the men, women. So okay. So now all right. So when the woman was found to be sleeping around or prostituting, she wasn't allowed to wear a stola anymore, the long dress, right? At this time later, when the men were in the toga, what they made the dress that was like a mark of Scarlet's letter, the dress that they gave the woman was they took the stola, this, and they shortened it to a mini skirt. Listen clearly. This was the creation of the mini skirt. Everybody listen. They cut the fabric up above the knees and up to the above the knees up to the thighs. And then they took the neck and brought it down. And so the woman who was known to be prostitutes or whores or adulterers looked like sensual, sexual. And they said that it made their act easier to accomplish, them selling their bodies. So you would know that the woman was an adulterer or a prostitute because she would dress skimpy. Hayazah? Skimpy. I'm gonna email you this weekend, Hayazah. Right? Skimpy, a mini skirt, a low cut blouse showing off, and it was easy access. You understand? Because there was nothing under it. This is where you get your mini skirt from and dressing like a whore. Okay? The mini skirt. Now, it comes from this. Then later in the culture, because wearing the big wool toga was very hard, later the civilizations, the normal people, they didn't like it. They was complaining about the toga. So the toga started to be worn, the male toga, by the patricians. Y'all gonna learn what that is later. The higher class or the senate, the governor, like the wealthy. So then the togas later became worn by the senate class, by the wealthy. And you got known because later the toga is stole, right? They stole it. The toga, if then later, if you seen someone wearing a full toga like this, you would know he was like bourgeois, they called it too, bougie or boule, or they call it patricians. It's the patricians and the plebes. Y'all gonna learn this later. All right. Now, yep, you're on the right one now. So you'll see the short, it's the vertical one. All you gotta do is go out and come back to the other one. You'll be with us over here. Right? All right. Now, this is interesting. I know some of y'all's picking up on it before I'd even put it down. I know Elder Tom of y'all probably picking it up before I put it down. So then the dress later was, and then the law in the Roman law was any governmental business, anything regarding the Senate or judicial things and stuff, you had to wear a toga. It was like the dress, like a suit and tie, right? So anything. So later the dress code got more lax because the common people didn't like the togas wearing it. So it became a dress code of the nobility, right? And any type of official Roman business you had to be dressing in a toga, going to the Senate, right? Like Congress and stuff, right? And also these boots, they'll come out later. They got a name for them. So these boots went with the aristocracy. That's where they get aristocrat stuff from, right? They call them patricians, the pats, right? This class, these were the class of the Senate and all of the Caesars and all of the these nobility classes. You're going to learn later, you're going to see the family names of the patricians, right? You got these names. Some of these names are going to be familiar, right? That's what these Caesars, they were part of this group of class. And the patricians were the first people, these Romas, you're gonna find out what this means later. These were the ones that established what was called Rome at the beginning, right? Against the Etruscans and against the Sabines and against all the other Latinus, right? The Latins. This is where the Latin language come from. This is why the Romans spoke Latin. You're going to understand. All right. So we're going to get all that's going to come out tonight. But let me break the thumbnail down, right? So these boots, these were leather boots, right? And they came up to the ankles and they had straps that strapped across. Later, they had some type of laces to strap across. And they were leather and they were hard bottom and they fit the foot. Now, these boots, these leather boots, ankle boots, is what denoted that this was a patrician. The toga and the lemon steppers and the leather ankle boots, that denoted nobility. That was a class system. Okay? Right? Now, later, the Greeks had their version and it was more like a cape. See this cape? Now, the Romans come from the Hellenes. The Hellenes had their version. It was more like a cape. The Romans created the toga. Now, if you notice, the military have on what? Both of these are the military dudes at both ends. They got on mini skirts. I know somebody peeped that really quick. Now listen clearly. The military wore the dress. I forgot what to call it. It's going to come out tonight. I think I got in one of these clips, one of the receipts, I got the name of what they call this dress, not the stola. Remember, when a woman was an adulteress or a prostitute, she had shout out to Robin Yah. They had to wear this mini skirt. So why is the military got this mini skirt on? And there was nothing under this either when they would come, because that's what they was coming to do. And they got the sandals on. You see it? Right? This were the sandals, open toes. That's what the women too. It was to expose. Now, so the prostitutes had to expose their bodies. That's how they knew. It was like a mark of a scarlet letter. That's how you would know. Just walking around, you would see her with a mini skirt and her feet all out in sandals and everything, like the woman today. Sorry, no disrespect. Okay, so the military had the same attire as the prostitutes, because as they said, with the prostitutes wearing the skirt, it was easy access, because that's what they were coming to do when they would conquer. And they were lovers, their military. Okay? They were, okay, allegedly. All right? For those who know history. So again, look, they had these, look, now the sisters, y'all know this, y'all like those sandals. They had the sandals, open toe, and the straps around the leg going up the calves, right? Okay. So now you see the difference. Now you understand why the military wore these little mini skirts. Okay? All right. Now, yeah, that's what they look like. They cosplay costumes. So the thumbnail says, "Here come the ditties." Slash. Okay, let me show you one. So I'm gonna show you an instance of the cape like this that they instituted from the Hellenes, because the Romans got most of their 90%. Probably 95% of their culture from the Hellenes. The rest, and then they changed Zeus to Jupiter. They changed Aphrodite to Venus. They changed, right? So most of their culture and their belief system and their gods, their deity gods, came from the Hellenes. So they got a lot of their, also a lot of their dress. So you will see some of them with the cape, right? So the shorter the skirt, the less nobility you have. The longer the toga, the longer, right? This was their culture, right? Now, so you see this cape, that denoted a more ancient from the Hellenes culture. Now I'm gonna show y'all an image of the Hellenes cape draping. Watch this. Okay, so I have to, let me see my image. Where is it? It's right there. So let me click it, right? Click it. Y'all know I bring receipts. And I'm gonna stop share. And share screen, window, bang, share. Now this is an image of an actual Roman wearing the Greek cape / toga. Now look, you see he got those open-toe sandals on, right? And look at so this right here, you see is a Roman because he got the leaf, like the Caesar leaf and thing, right? Now look at the cape type of thing. See, it's a cape that drape, right? Now what I want y'all to see, look what's on the cape. Look, I'm sorry. You just, Elder Tamaya, we just can't get away from no, men. Don't say people. Men. Naked men is on the toe, on the thing, right? Little dingling. They always got, okay? All right? You can't make it up, Zadayak. It's just again history. And look, they got what's the name? They shield, right? So it shows again what they worship, the deities. Okay, the title, the Roman deities conquering Hellenistic Egypt. Okay, so this is the cape from the Hellenes, and look at this one. This is supposed to be another man, and look, so he got like a dress, like a stola on, right? So they basically wore like dresses things, right? And you know, he probably definitely smashing this dude, right? So they, that's what it was about, right? So again, you see what's all on the print. This is the culture. This not nobody making this up. You look this stuff up. Okay? Go study it. Again, don't really know nothing nobody say. You eat the fruit, spit out the pits, and go study it. Show yourself approved. Do your own research. All right? It's all history, is all there. You better get it while it's here, because they trying to erase everything. All right. So anyway, so that's the cape. They got a name for that too. That's from the Hellenes. Okay? All right. Now, let me stop share. What do I want to do now? Did I want to show something else before we? No, let me put the thumbnail back up. Stop share. All right, Hakyama, could you you want to say or should I? Let me see. No, we're gonna do it.
Your
No, don't do
banner,
it.
Unc.
Thank you. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it to bless the lesson after all this darkness, right? To cleanse. Yeah, I think that would be better because it's gonna be a lot of exposing of this dark ditty crap, and yeah, and so all right, thank you, Yasha. Let me put the banner up. What we on Friday? Bang. There we go. All right. So that'll be better. So remind me, Hakyama, and remind me guys to it'll be after a lot of this dark crap, right? After all that Diddy crap come out, right? The stuff we ain't gonna show too much crazy looking stuff, but stuff gonna be broken down, and then we'll stop and she'll cleanse the lesson again by saying the house prayer. She'll cleanse the house. All right, that'll be better. Thank you.
Do you want the comments up yet?
Let me see. Yeah, let me put it up. Yep, thank you. Give me a second. Let me stop sharing that. We're about to get started. Stop share. Share screen. Y'all gonna learn some things tonight. Thanks to the Most High for all the studying and research and all the time spent to teach, to unbrainwash us, to learn true history, right? And it's out there, but it's hidden and you gotta dig, and he just gives me the election to do it, right? So praise y'all that y'all can sit down in your homes and in the comfortability of your home, and you can learn the truth, stuff that they should be teaching us in school, right? All right. So now let me put the back on the screen. There it go. All right. So now let's do my intro. We're going to get started as more people find us. Now, children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, it's time tonight to return to the ancient truth. The ancient truths that they have hidden and disguised, right? They have hidden and disguised truth, all right? Psalms 12:6 says, the words of the Most High are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of the earth, purified 7 times over, okay? See? So the furnace of these dark ditty empires, the Hellenistic, what they call Greek Empire, and the Rome Empire, right? The furnace of these dark empires could never melt the words of the Most High, because Psalms 12 and 6 says the words of the Most High are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of the earth, purified 7 times over. So no matter what they try to rewrite history, whitewash history, try to change dates and times and languages and tongues, these dark ditty empires could never melt the words of the Most High, because they are purified 7 times over. The Most High word will stand when all these dark empire kingdoms fall and be exposed. The Most High's word will only shine brighter to those who seek the truth. Seek it out in spirit and in truth. Diligently seek the truth. The Most High will have his righteous children remnant that's I'm going to decipher, discern. I'm going to open the books and the manuscripts. I'm going to seek it out. I'm going to study to show myself approved, and I'm going to teach the word so it can shine brighter for all those who seek, while all the dark ditty empires are trying to rewrite history. Right? They're trying to close the books and say there was no slavery, they were indentured servants, there was no this, they were that, there was no blacks, they had no civilizations and no kingdoms, no blacks had nothing and this and that, right? Nah. For every empire that rewrote the truth, rewrote the names, there is a remnant who remembers the truth, remembers the names. For every language that rephrased the true history, right, into their story, for every language that rephrased the promises of the Most High, there's a child somewhere that whispered that language back, whispered back in the old tongue, the old ancient paths. You heard? There's a child of the Most High somewhere who's whispering the truth. You heard? The word of the Most High never dies. It only retraces. It only hides until hearts are ready to receive it again. It only pulls itself back. It only goes undercover until there's children that is ready to receive his word again. Isaiah 55 and 11 says, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void. So the Most High word never dies. Sometime it just be still until when the hearts are ready to receive it again, because the word of the Creator never returns back void. No translations, no councils of Nicaea, councils of Boudicea, Didicea, no councils of Thessalonica ditties, no philosophers, no gymnasium and thermes, no saunas with naked men and togas. None of them can cancel what the Most High has spoken. See, the Hellenists, what the Romans called the Greeks, they built libraries, right? But the Most High Yah, he built the lineage, right? The Romans later, they built pathways and roads. But the Most High, he built revelation for us. All right, turn down my mic a bit. Okay, turn down the mic. Let's go. But the Most High built revelation. Thank you, Zayana. All right. So the empires, these kingdoms, they trade artifacts and monuments, right? But the Most High builds us to have memory. He teaches us to trade memory. He teaches us to understand history, to share story. You understand? To share testimony. Salvation is in the testimony. All right? So while they're trading monuments, we are to trade our memory, teach our children. What did I say at the beginning about Thanksgiving? I said, if you want to gather together on that day, then you use that day, right? You don't make their traditional foods that they did. That's serving homage to these guys. Make a whole nother different dish and meal, right? And you can get together because that's the day Caesar gave you the day off, celebrating that killing, right? Because we know what we are. We're in the daughter of Babylon, right? That's why other countries don't celebrate it. Y'all should know that. But Americans don't care, right? These other countries, they don't celebrate that crap. They look at us like we stupio. Yeah, you are Fulio, right? That's why I said take that day and use it to trade memory. You are to teach those children who gather around that food together, gather together on that day. And you are to teach them this is what really happened on that day. Okay? That's bartering and trading the truth, giving these children testimony so they could come out. They can repent for all that transgression, not take on more generational curses. That's why you don't realize you curse, because you continue in the practices. You understand? You're making spiritual covenant with these things, but you think you're just not doing that. You think it's just a day. The doggone serpents, that's the reason why they make these days and all this. These are back from Rome, back from Hellenes, back from all these practices. They go further back. Now, the Thanksgiving was a newer one, but they come from the same genealogy of people that was slaughtering maskers and unaliving, slaughter of the innocent. See, they trade monuments, but the Most High says we are to trade words, memory. You understand? Revelation, testimony. I am to teach you my testimony. You trade your testimony for mine. I can restore memory. I learn from yours. That salvation is in our testimony, our trials and triumphs. All right? And today, right now on this live stream, for everybody that get here, about 100 of us here on this live, right? Between the two, the Most High is restoring memory right now. He is restoring a memory to a people who forgot the truth, who've been brainwashed, who've been whitewashed, who've been of every nation, kindred, and tongue, it's been hoodwinked, who've been bamboozled, who forgot the sound, who forgot the vibration, who forgot the truth. The Most High is restoring the memory right now. The book of Ya'al, Joel 2:25 says, I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten. See, these are the years of confusion. These are the years of transgression, the years of stolen years of robbery, of misfortune, centuries of translation and transliteration of mistranslation. All right? All to be recoverable through revelation, through remembrance, through memory. The Most High calls us to remembrance. But restoration is not nostalgia. It's not returning to the costumes of the past like these Israelites, right? Returning to the flesh. You're outwardly, you look like you whatever. You look like a clown. You look like you Moses walking around, but inwardly you ain't nothing but the same devil. You ain't nothing but the same Pookie Ray Ray with a costume on. You understand? Because restoration is not nostalgia or costumes. It's not returning to all of the costumes of the past. It's returning to the covenant, returning to righteousness, returning to morality, lawfulness, to the spirit of obedience, okay? That these kingdoms, these dark empires couldn't steal and patent. Now they can steal and copyright and patent and trademark all of this other, nostalgia, costumes, but the covenant that never ages, the spirit of obedience, righteousness, they can never patent that. Deuteronomy 30:6 says, the Most High will circumcise thine heart to love the Most High with all thine heart. See, this is the translation. It's turning from the worship of the flesh into faithfulness. So the children of the covenant, we will hear the call. Children of the covenant, we are called to hear, eyes to see, ears to hear. Hear the call, hear the truth. Do not despise the truth. Do not despise the knowledge, but weigh it, judge it, discern it, right? Do not reject learning. You are to redeem it. You are to rightly divide. You are to eat fruit, spit out pits, because the Most High is not against us having an intellect. He is against idolatry. Do you understand? The Hellenes took intellect and they worshiped that as their God. They are the seekers of knowledge. That's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The Most High ain't against us having intellect. He calls us to be wise as a serpent, rightly discern and divide. He is not against intellect. He is against idolatry. He gave us language as a pathway, as a bridge, as a light, all right? But men use it as leverage, as a darkness, as a bondage. The Most High gave us language as light. The kingdoms, empires, dark empires use language as bondage, as a trap. All right? So, Psalms 36:9 says, for with thee is within thee, for with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. Psalms 36:9. For the time, we're in the end times, and most of y'all can see that, right? And in this end times, the time of the mistranslated, mistransliterated, or what they would call the borrowed word, it's ending. The truth is being really revealed. The time of the borrowed words are ending. The time of the awakened speech is here, the tongue. For when the Spirit of the Most High fills a people, they no longer repeat the echoes of these dark empires. They start to resound in the words and the image and the likeness of the Creator of all things, the Most High. Thus, every tongue becomes purified, and every heart gets tuned to the heartbeat, to the rhythm of truth, not deceit. Zechariah 8 says, 10 men shall take hold of the skirt of him that is of the tribe of Judah, Ya'ada, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard that the Most High is with you. See, the true word of the Most High will once again seek out the truth. It says a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue and people will seek out the truth from the remnant who kept the Shemaic heavenly language of obedience, righteousness. This is why remembering always matters. This is why they erase in history, erasing remembrance. Remembrance matters because memory anchors you in morality. Memory has you to repeat and understand, I should not do this, I should do that, I should do this. If you forget where revelation began, then you can be convinced to follow any revelation. This is how they rewrite history. If you forget where the truth began, then you can be convinced to follow anyone's iteration of truth. And that's how deception is birthed and thrive. It's through forgetfulness. That's why the Holy Manuscript, the Sephariyah, in all ancient texts and cultures says to remembrance. Bring things to remembrance. 2 Peter 3:1 says, stir up your pure minds by way of remembrance, that ye may be mindful of the words which were spoken before by the set apart prophets. 2 Peter 3:1, remembrance. But the prophecies are still speaking today. But we have to, you have to do the business for the remnant, righteous remnant, of translating them back from the dark serpents, these kingdoms and dark empires, from their mistranslation and transliteration, where they wrote the Lord God in our manuscript and Baal and all this stuff, right? So the prophecy is still speaking through the remnant, but the righteous have to take the translations and revert them back into the original from the dark kingdom's tongue and their pen. Okay? The cry out is not for comfort, it's for correction. What, somebody wanted to say something? Oh, okay, I might be hearing things. I thought somebody wanted to say something. The children are crying out in their spirit for, not for comfort, but for correction. We don't want to receive the lies no more. The truth, the reason why 100 people gathers all the time on the weekend when they could be anywhere else on this channel, all through the shadow ban. Do y'all know they gave me a strike? They just gave me a strike yesterday. I came in here, turned on the computer, went to YouTube. You have gotten a copyright strike. I'm like, what the? I thought it was maybe the little girl upset yesterday from the live stream we did day before yesterday, right? But it wasn't that. They gave me a copyright strike for our music video called Curses. Now, I made Curses back in 2021 when we first released this channel. They gave me a strike when I released the music video Curses, right? About the Messiah and all that they was beating us and doing, right? And back then, that's when we got shadow banned. I wish I would have never released that video back then. That's what got me shadow banned. The movie curses and then the music video curses. So I made a movie when I first released the channel, right? It got up to hundreds of thousands of views and stuff. And then they struck me down, right? It's gone. Y'all won't even see it. And that's when I got on their radar. That's when the shadow ban started, right? So they took the movie down, everything, struck my channel, did everything. But then the music video, they took it, they what's the name, said it was restricted for only 18 and over, and they put all these restrictions on it, right? So they left it up. So it's only got like 300 views, right? Knowing doggone well that thing was bad, it would have been thousands, but it's total shadow ban. So I knew it. So they just left it up. Now since 2021, now they went today and they struck my channel. They took that down. Now it's gone. And they gave me a copyright strike for content and I'm like, wow. Now this is what they do. Now this is how unlawful this wicked this is. This is bad business. Let's say if you have a company, right? Let's say if today, right? This is really unlawful. Let's say if YouTube or any other company, they make a new law that says starting today, nobody can say the word red in a YouTube video. Where if you say the word red, that's a content guideline strike, right? So if they establish that today and say no one can say the word red, right? That's their new law, right? How can they go? That would be right now, if you say make new videos and say the word red, then you get a strike. Okay, how you gonna go back years ago, 5, 6, 10 years ago, whatever, and go back to videos where somebody said red and then give them a strike like they did when you never even had that law. That law didn't exist when you see this should be illegal, but they own, this is their world and we're playing in their world, right? So we have to give Caesar what's Caesar's, right? So I know it's unjust and it's unfair, right? Exactly, on my own stuff, right? Because they said because it shows the cop hitting people, it shows the actual truth, right? But again, yes, it's unjust systems, right? Now, what they should have did if it was righteous is they should have said, okay, we took curses down, right? Because it goes against our content policy guidelines that we're establishing now, but you don't have a copyright strike. But if in the future you make another video with that content, that will be a strike. That would have been just. Okay, you made new law in order. I had this up back before you had that law, right? I was saying red in my video before you said now it's illegal to say red, right? So that's it. We took your video down and that's it. Going forward, don't make no more of those. Cool. But they gave me a strike. So now what I'm going to do after this live tonight, I'm going to go through my channel and I got to make sure on these old videos from 5 years ago, nothing, I think it was only curses. That was the one they was, for that video and the movie, they was really upset at that. So they took it down, they gave me a strike, and now I got 3 months, I got to have this strike over this channel. I don't like it. And I was just cleared from the other strike that they gave. I think it was the adrenochrome video. The last, I just got back in the clear. And when they do that, they also stop the visibility too. That hurts. I'm already shadow banned, but when they put a strike on you, they squash your visibility too. But anyway, again, so we're not crying out because of the injustice for comfort, but for correction, right? The language, they use language all through antiquity and history to change and rewrite laws, right? So that they use the tongue, mistransliterate to write new laws, all right? And these are so that men would speak curses, right? Words. That's why the English language is the language of curses and spells. These great swelling words that have spiritual implications, and men would call that the truth. So people won't understand later, the generations, they won't know that this ain't what that meant in this tongue. This is what the Bible is about, Christianity. That ain't what that means in the original Habariyah tongue, the word. Like, so the Lord God, they got people in church, Circe, calling on the Lord God, which is Baal, right? The ancient Moloch, the right fallen angel, on Sol Invictus Sunday worship. See? So these words that they're calling on, they're calling them the truth. But it's the linguistics, okay? Right. The book of Jude 1:16 says, these are murmurers, complainers, having men's persons in admiration because of the advantage that they get from it. All right? Now, these persons in admiration. So remember, everyone, remember the tongue. Remember the tongue of the prayer that doesn't give admiration and flatter to these dark kings. Remember the worship of the Most High, the relationship that doesn't require no translation, your relationship. Remember the covenant that wasn't written on Biblos, papyrus scrolls, but was supposed to be written in the heart, on the inward parts. Because these kingdoms can steal the books. They can steal the scrolls. They can steal the words off the page and rewrite it, but they cannot steal obedience. Hebrews 8:10 says, I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts. Okay? Lamentations 3 says, this I recall to mind, therefore have I hope. Great is thy faithfulness. Because some will ask the question, why do we got to go back to the old? Why we got to look back? Because restoration is not regression. When you restore the truth, when you restore, I'm about to show an image in a second. When you restore the whitewashing, the images, the things that they're changed, restoration is not regression, it's actually resurrection. You bring in the original back to life again, back to the forefront. You cannot resurrect a truth that you don't remember. You cannot resurrect a truth that you haven't even been taught. And memory without repentance becomes nostalgia. Listen, memory without repentance, restoration, okay? Righteous restoration, which becomes a rebirth, a resurrection. But you have to have the obedience to want to learn to empty the old wine and be able to receive. That's the memory with repentance. Because memory without repentance just becomes nostalgic. But memory with obedience becomes restoration. Memory with obedience becomes revival. Let's get started. I had more. Let's get started. All right. I had more, but it's okay. Let us begin. Tonight, we're going to bring you the truth of the ancient paths. I'm going to show you an image really quick, right? And this image is one image that they've rewrote, changed the likeness. This image here, let me click on it. Let me come back to y'all. Let me stop share screen, window. The Most High gonna guide this. I got so much information. He has to guide me where to go. I got tabs and books and everything. Share. This image right here, let me make it, that's good enough. I can make it bigger by scrolling it. This is an image of the ancient Etruscans. Okay? This is where that island you're going to see on the Aegean Sea, a little further up from the Mediterranean Sea, because the Mediterranean Sea, the Aegean Sea is actually the Mediterranean. It's actually just a basin, an inlet, right? Like a, what do they call that thing when your house goes like this? It's in one of those cul-de-sac. I'll show you on the screen. I'll show you on the map, right? So this is the land that the Indo-European people, now that we call the Romans, they came and they inhabited the land of these people. These are blacks. Okay? Now listen clearly. The same thing as the Demoi people, what later would become the Greeks. They went to the Minoans land, the Mycenaeans. So what you call Greece now is actually ancient Mycenaea and ancient Minoans. These were blacks, right? Y'all remember for this series, the Egyptians showed what they look like and everything, right? Now we showed what the ancient, and the other one we showed what the ancient Hellenes, okay, the what you would call the Greeks later, the Romans would call them the Greeks. We showed where they got their. So these were, how can you say it? They call them it's savage. I don't want to use the word savage, but they were like nomadic. The earth at the time, especially from Japhet, these are Japheth's descendants. So all people on the earth come from 3 descendants, and each culture call them something else, right? Different name. But it's Ham, Shem, and Japheth after the great deluge. Every culture got a great flood narrative. Not now one of them don't have one. Now they have different variations of it through their mythologies, right? Ancient Sumeria, ancient Acadia, ancient Assyria, ancient Phoenicia, ancient Ugarit, all the cultures, right? The Hebrews, the ancient, right? All of them, Abrahamic, right? So all cultures know that there was a great deluge, and then there was a family group that came off this cube, boat, ship, ark, whatever they wanted to call it, right? And that the mankind came forth from three brothers, right? And their mom and dad. The Hebrew manuscripts calls them Hayam, Ham, Shayam, Shem, and Japheth. Okay? The youngest son, Japheth, was the light-skinned dude. Shem was more my complexion, medium brown, and Hayam, Ham, was the darker, right? But these all come from Nayak and his wife. And Nayak, Noah, was an albino. He was so-called black, but he was albino, white, red eyes, white hair, blondish hair, red. He was an albino. So that's why his youngest son, Japheth, looked so-called white, kind of. But he was really light-skinned black, right? So Japheth got the part of the land, earth, after the flood that we would call Europe. And his descendants would be what we would call later the Europeans. They weren't, that's before Europa. That's another god, right? Before that. But they were Japhetic. They're the children of Japheth, okay? And they would become later a class of people called Indo-European. Hold on, what's on the screen? Okay, the Etruscan's still on the screen. They will be what will later be called Indo-European. That'll come out later. Because by the time we finish this series, you're gonna know all of the history. I mean, so much of the history that you're gonna be like, they can't lie to you no more. You'll know all of the history. All right? Praise the Most High. He got us teaching history class. And to me, I watch it back. It's one of the most amazing history classes. If they taught this in school, I'd have been front and center. Like, come on. I would have made it to history class for this. They'd been like, yo, you going to class today? Oh yeah, hurry up. We used to be in the bathrooms in high school and stuff, right? Smoking weed. I'm like, yo, hurry up and finish the joint. Hurry up and finish the blunt, man. And then spray yourself down, put Visine. I'm going to history class. I'm trying to hurry up to They'd be like, where y'all going? We going to class. Be dropping. It'd be fun. Funny too. It'd be good. Oh, I'd have been at class. Facts. I'd have been like, I'm coming to class. And I can see me as a teacher. Boy, I know you hot. Ain't nothing but ultra porn. You think I'm fool? You sit up there. Well, at least you in class. You need to stop smoking those funny things. Wait till after school or something. You're going to do it. Right? Like, I know Visine. I know it ain't nothing but ultra perm. I know Visine when I see Visine. But anyway, they would love class. So anyway, we in class tonight. Right? So anyway, so later these people would become to know these are what you would call white, the so-called white genealogy of people descend from Japheth. Okay, they were given all of what we would call Europe. Okay, all of that, right? Now, these would be called later, they would be called the Indo-Europeans, because as they traveled, they started to mix with some of the what they would call Anatolians, Hittites, the tribe of Dan, Israelites, what's his name? Canaan. Canaan. Boy, let me tell y'all something who smashed the most. Is Esau, which was Hebrew, right? Esau is the Edomite. It's Danan, tribe, which was Israelite, and it's Canaan descendants, the Canaanites. Those three, that's the key. That's the missing key to history, everybody. The missing key is those three genealogies mix their seed across the whole world. Now listen clearly. Esau was the twin brother of Jacob, Jacob. The Most High changed the name to Yasharel. That's where you get Israelite. He had 12 sons. Those are the Israelites. They're black. Esau is his twin brother. He ain't white. Don't listen to these foolish Israelites, these camps. Talking about Esau's the white man. Esau mixes seed with everybody. For Esau was a light-skinned, he wasn't even albino like Noah. No, Esau was just light-skinned, but he had like ruddy hair, right? Like a lot of black dudes in the hood, the ones, we call them red. We have Flatbush Red from Brooklyn. Flatbush Red used to come. He light-skinned, they got a little reddish hair. That was Esau. He saw a red bone, light-skinned, right? Esau, a black man, right? Esau, which was a light-skinned black man, mixed his seed with every dump. What mixed the seed meant? They are travelers, right? Seafaring, nomadic, right? And everywhere they go, they are conquering tribe of people, and they conquer a nation of people, and then they mix their seed with them. They smash them and form a new nation of people, genetic code. Okay? Yeah, Esau, yep, that's a good word, Tommy. Y'all, he effed himself out of existence that you can't even know. I could be, someone look like me could be Esau. Someone look just as dark-skinned as the darkest, what you would call African, could be Esau. Someone just as white as what you would call an actual white man could be Esau. An Indian, an Arab, an Asian. Esau mixes seed with, even with the Nephilim, the Horites, Mount Seir, the Caucasus Mountains, all that. That's Esau. Neanderthal, all that. Esau, right? Now, Esau was black, so just understand. It's this black, because Esau come from Shem. Remember the three, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem is the middle. Well, they say he was the oldest child, right? They be saying the middle one. Shem's supposed to be the oldest child. Now, Shem is the brown one. I mean, in the middle of the complexion, like my complexion. Esau come from him. All right, Shem. Now, then you got Canaan. Canaan come from Ham. Canaan is blackity black, dark skin. The Bible says, "Cursed be Canaan." The reason why he said, "Cursed be Canaan," not Ham, because the Most High know what Canaan was going to be, what spirit was over Canaan. Canaan descends from actual Cain. Cain and Abel, Cain and Abayah. Y'all gonna find that story out tonight. The Romans, everybody listen, we going there. Let me continue to walk it down. The Romans got their own Cain and Abel story. See, this is how history works, guys. This is how they're able to whitewash history. Every culture, if you instituted a culture, this is the way it went. If I wanted to institute a new nation of people, and I say, okay, I'm gonna go to Brooklyn. Oh, that's a funny story. I don't want to give it away. I got a video coming that somebody tried to do that today. These crazy people today. But anyway, let's say I want to go to Brooklyn, New York. Right? Let me say somewhere else. I'm going to go to Cincinnati, Ohio. And I decide I'm going to go to some Cincinnati, and I'm going to conquer Cincinnati, right? I'm going to enslave. This is allegedly, let's say this is what they would do. I got to watch my words, right? I'm going to conquer Cincinnati, let's say, and then I'm going to take all the people. I'm going to mix my seed. I'm going to establish my genealogy. I'm going to call it Uncle Yahshua, right? Uncle Yahshua, not Cincinnati no more. I'm going to call it the land of Unc, and we're going to be the uncles. See, this is how they did history. This is how the Romans came about, the Hellenes came about, all of this stuff, right? And all these cultures, right? This is what they did. These are the conquerors. I'm going to call this, we're going to be, my nation of people going to be the uncles. And it's going to be old Cincinnati, But in history books later, Cincinnati, you won't know unless you go study and find out that that used to be called Cincinnati. And there used to be some Cincinnatians. And they were a mixed people. They had black Cincinnati, white Cincinnati, right? You got all type of people. But sometime it could have been most predominantly black, right? A black city or whatever. But you still got white people in the hood, right? You still have, see? This is how cultures, this is why the history books, you can't look through one lens and thinking they were just all white or they were mixed like any other neighborhood, right? So anyway, I conquer Cincinnati. It's going to be now Unk land, and the people, we're going to now be called the uncles, right? So I'm going to take the history of Cincinnati, write the image. We go everywhere it says Cincinnati, we're going to replace it with uncles, Unk and uncles, right? Now later, these will be the uncle people. Now, what I'm going to do when I'm establishing the uncle people is I'm going to have a lineage. I'm going to need to establish our own. So what they would do, they would take the surrounding cultures or the things, parts of their story. So I'm going to take the Noah flood story, right? So now I need in my story, because I got for culturally, I got to have a mythological, a history thing that's already established in the earth as actual happened. If I don't have that, then it could be easily deduced that this is a made up culture and it has no root in actual history and true actual history. So I'm going to take the Noah flood story, and instead of having Ham, Shem, and Japheth, I'm going to have Uncle Yeshua, Uncle Yaishah, and Uncle Yahawashah, right? Or, you could change the names, right? Right? So now my culture, and I'm going to raise these people and the babies that are born in this generation, this is all they're going to know, because I'm going to erase the other Cincinnati's history out of the books, right? So now listen. So now I need a Cain and Abel story, right? Because these are actual stories told through all cultures. They might call them different names. So instead of Cain and Abel, I named them Zedekiah and Hezekiah. Zedekiah and Hezekiah, right? So now my Cain and Abel becomes Zedekiah and Hezekiah. It's the same story, right? That Zedekiah slew Hezekiah. Hezekiah was the righteous one, and Zedekiah was jealous, right? And then, so then I change a little, right? Where they might say he gave an offering of food and the Most High didn't accept his. Mine could be like he got mad and jealous because Hezekiah smashed his wife and they had this. So this is how these cultures write their lineage. The Hellenes did it. They chose the Phoenician, the Canaanite stuff. They chose all the gods. That's how they got their Zeus and everything. They made up a deity. Y'all remember this was in the Hellenes lesson. They made up a deity of this created being called Helen. Helen was Noah's Ark for what they would become the Greeks later. The Romans would call them the Greeks. They made this up, right? So I think Helen was the Shem of their story. And so they make it up. This is how these cultures come about. Okay, and then you would make a dress code, you would make a language, you would establish yourself, and then you would go on and you need to build your military, and you would go conquering the neighboring, and you're trying to make a kingdom. And the Romans did it, and they did it darker and stronger than anybody, even the Hellenes. Before the Romans did this, the Hellenes did it the strongest. Right? Under Alexander the Greek, the Great, the Hellen, Alexander the Hellen. All right. Now, that was a long way to break that down, but it's okay. We're going somewhere. So now let me go where I'm going to go next. I'm going to go, let me show this picture. Let's just do some of these pictures first, right? Let's do some of these pictures first, and then then I'll get to pulling the stuff up on the screen. So I got another image. Let me stop sharing that one for a second. I was going to show the ancient, but that's okay. We'll go here now. Let the Most High guide this study. Share screen. It's going to be a lot of fruit coming out. 10:45, not too bad. I got to hurry up. Watch the clock. Watch the clock. So I'm going to look at this image. All right. We're not trying to show no nudity. These are ancient actual images online. Right. But this is an ancient painting, okay, of the ideal Roman woman. Okay. Do y'all see this? I don't know what kind of woman. Look, she got a knife. She got a jagger in her hand. Him, her, I don't know what. Right? But look what it says. A painting of the ideal Roman woman from the Roman tale. Look at her muscle. Yeah, look at her bicep. Okay? Now, this is the funny thing. Her name is Lucretia. You can't make that up. A painting of Lucretia. Laria and Abria. We got the white Rakisha in the we got Shakrisha. This is the Roman Lucretia. Okay, Rocky. This crazy. So again, when you look later, you're going to see the culture. You can't really tell the difference from the men. It's like a Baphometic image. It's called androgyny. They got this from the Hellenes. Androgyny and what's the name? Hermaphrodite. These are gods. So you really can't tell if, you know, so it's like the Baphomet. They'll have breasts, but then they'll have the body of a man and a woman. Then they have another one with the image of the head of a bull, right? Yeah, this is Lucretia. You can't make this one up. That's why I was like, this is Lucretia, okay? A Roman, and this was the ideal Roman woman. This is what they desired. One that looked, you know, they don't want you looking too feminine. I need to see some muscles and stuff, right? Because you know what their culture was about, male body worship. Okay? All right. So I just be bringing some historical receipts. And these are in museums and stuff. This ain't nobody making this up. Okay? So let me show y'all another image. Let's do a couple of these images first, right? Stop share screen before I start really going in and breaking the other stuff down. So where's that one at? There you go. So look at this image. All right? So this is the image. It says in Christian theology, we're going to go there because the Romans first called them Christian at Antioch. This is why this is so key. Because in Hellenes, in Greece, in Alexandria, when they wrote this, they weren't called Christians. There was no such thing as Christian. The Romans, them dudes, these togas, y'all gonna see who they are. They made this word up and this religion. And they repainted the Hebrew Messiah. And they made up a word called Christian. And in Christian theology, the incarnation is the belief that the pre-existent divine person of Jesus Christ, the Romans made this up. The Greeks had Serapis Christos. They didn't have Jesus Christ. All right? This is Roman invention. And the Romans invented this divine person of a Trinity. All right, we going somewhere. And we're going to go back because y'all going to know who the Roman. It's about to get crazy in a second. Let me get through these little images and we're going to get to the teaching with receipts. Who are these Romans that created this Trinity? The divine person of Jesus Christ, God the Son, the second person of the Trinity, who is also the Logos. They made that up, was made flesh by being conceived through the power of the Holy Spirit in the womb of a woman, the Virgin. So this is the Romans, and you're going to find out they were polytheistic and it was in male body worship. They had Venus and what's his name? Jupiter and all them. So what is this? They were following the mystery cults and the imperial cult. But they created this religion and they called the followers of the way this Christian. Now look at what they drew. This is their Trinity. And this is their God. Pater Noster. This is where you get the patricians from. Their noble class. We going somewhere. Y'all hold on. Y'all, we in class. Y'all learn. Y'all listen clearly. Now, this is their image of God. Right? Now they have the right. They making this new culture. Remember, I took over Cincinnati. I got the uncles. Right? So I'm going to take another person's culture because they took the Hellenes, the Greeks. The Greeks took the Hebrews. The Greeks took everybody. They had the Library of Alexandria, but they had all of a conglomeration of the mystery culture and all of it. So the Greeks took everybody's culture and made books. So the Romans came and they took the Hellenes. They conquered Helen. They conquered Egypt. That's the title, right? How Roman ditties conquered Hellenistic Egypt and created Christianity, right? And so they took the Hellenes and they took Serapis Christos and they changed it into Jesus Christ. Okay, now they wrote this image because the Romans had Serapis. He had a curlier afro, all right? So now the Romans, like if I was going to take over, like I said, if I took over Cincinnati and made the uncles, I'm going to make a god that probably looked like me, right? So that's hilarious. So it would have been a dude in a tank top with locks. He got a tank top because he hot. So I would have wrote in his story, what's his name? The God uncle, right? It would have been like the God uncle. The reason why he has a tank top because the fire of the creation is in his bones and he gets hot, right? I will make a whole thing of why he got a tank top so he can breathe because he gets hot and he'll sweat, right? And so it's rooted in the truth, right? But I also has put in, right, my own theology, right? This is how you make theology. This is how you make religion. So look, he got the pyramid behind his head, right? And y'all know what the interlaced triangles, we did that last week with Asherah, right? And look, they made them in this image. And this is where they get the patricians from. That'll come out later. Now listen, so this is the God that they made up. Now look, this is their heaven they made up, right? See, the angels are white. Now look, this is an all-white Air Force One, okay? Because usually if you conquering and you making a nation of people, you're gonna make it all look like your image. So this is the Hebrews culture manuscript from the Hebrew Messiah, which these are blacks. And what they do, yeah, he would have a matching bandana to go with the tank top, with the locks, right? And it'll be the God uncle. And we are the uncles. And it's the city of Uncle Nelia. Oh, that'll be the festival. Come on, y'all. We have the festival of Uncle Nelia, right? It'll probably be every, I don't know, Friday night or something, right? Right? We having a cookout for Uncle Nelia. Okay, so anyway, let's continue. All right? So they're going to rebrand and repackage. They are still in a culture. This is the religion. That's why everybody has been diddied from following actual Christianity, not going to understand where the original culture was and came from. All right? So now look. So now this is their image of heaven. And it's all white Air Force One in their image because they're establishing something. Now, I want y'all to understand they are doing this when they establish these things and stuff. Well, the Christianity, they established that in ancient Egypt and stuff. You'll see. But when they established their culture, the Romans, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. I'm going to get there right away now. They established it amongst the blacks, the Etruscans. It was a mixed multitude, but the land. So right there, I'm going to show you on the map. Mycenaean and Minoan, what was called Greece, was right there. Those were the Minoans are black. The Mycenaeans were black. The Etruscans were black. The Carthaginians and all that, right? So these people, they were in like but it was also Japheth's people, Indo-Europeans mixed amongst them too. You had the Frisians, because you got the sea people who were still going around, they slaughtering and conquering lands. right? Massacring what later become Vikings and stuff like that. And you have Black Sea people and White Sea people, the conquerors, right? They was going around conquering everything. So anyway, so now this is what they created when they created this religion. And so look at all their images. So look, this is their image of heaven. I guess this is their Messiah playing a harp. And then they got the white woman with wings. And look at this. There you go. There go there. This ain't the Hebrew Messiah that the manuscript. They don't care. They don't care that it says he had hair like pure white wool, feet like burnished brass burned in the furnace. They don't care that the Most High said it has hair like the pure wool. They don't care about that. We write in our own books. We write in our own culture. We deboing the Hellenes religion, the Hebrews religion. We deboing everything. The Romans were the real gangsters. I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all gonna see. They were the real Diddy gangsters more than any other dark nation. They were the darkest and the most powerful, and they were the Diddies. They were the strongest. Now, so look, so this their image. Look, they got a white with a wing. No disrespect to the white people, white, right? Now, if you think about this, I don't see no other nation of people, right? Yeah, that's their Jesus Christ, right? So now look, let's continue. Look, now they got another image. Look, he got a toga on, and he got a little boy naked. Now, what I would say, leave that little boy alone, because when I understand this culture, he's smashing, he want to smash, right? They got the sandals. You see, this is their religion. This is the beginning of Christianity. How they made the religion of Christianity, not the Hebrews, not the followers of the way, the Tamadayah Hadalayah. Not the Hebrew manuscripts, not their culture, but the stolen culture, the manipulated culture, and made a religion and called it Christianity, right? It's like, yes, run, little boy, run, right? Yeah, blink twice, little boy, run, okay? Look. Now look at this image. This is he got a toga on, why is his shirt off? What, right? And look. So all you see is an all white Air Force. If I would be like, well, where are we in hell? Where's the blacks at? Where's the other nations of people? All I see, right? But this was their culture. This is right. So look, they got wings. It's just all white people. They all in the air, right? And then they're gonna show you the devils. So look at this. I'm gonna show you when they show you the devil. So this angel is beating up this dude down here. This is probably a devil, right? I'm gonna show you the devils. Now let's scroll over. So this is their God. This is their version of the Most High, Pater Noster, and under him, that's the dove, right? See, now you're getting all of this Trinity stuff. This is supposed to be God the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the God the Son, this Trinity stuff. And here go the Son. Who that? And he got the Sol Invictus around his head. Right? Now let's go to the other side. So this is what they made this religion. Look at Moses. He got 10 commandments. Moses, now Mashayah was from the tribe of Levi. And Moses, Mashayah, was mistaken constantly for an Egyptian. And the ancient Kemet were black. So again, Moses is in heaven. He got his 10 commandments, and look at all the little white angels. We still in an all-white Air Force One. Okay, okay, now watch this. Now look at this. I guess this baby Jesus, right? Because he got the hand up and they got the globe thing. And look at all the little babies. Ain't this so cute? And he got the dove representing the Holy Spirit. And they all in heaven. And he said, what's on who head? Moses? I don't know. Right? And this is, so where, yeah, that would be Baby Unc. Yeah. Rich Fly. In my version, that would have been little baby Uncle Yeshua. Little baby Unc would have been there with his Yah over everything hoodie on. Right? He with a hoodie. Right? So again, They, I don't know what that was. I think it was just, I don't know what they look like, a butterfly or something. Maybe it's just the image of the clouds or something. I don't know. But anyway, it could be some type of fairy crown on his head. But again, this is yes, that's him holding that globe and the hand up. So whenever he's holding the globe, he got the hand pointing up, right? That's the image. So this is, I guess, they baby Jesus, right? So this the Romans. This is what they created. Now look, here we go. Now here we go. So I guess they on earth now, right? But look again. I guess I don't know who that is. So I think this is Moses. So they got these rays coming out his head. You see, it's right there again. So I guess that's signifying some rays coming out his head, right? And I'm guessing that's supposed to be Jesus or whatever. But again, I don't see no other nation of people, right? The Romans, they wasn't playing, right? Yeah, that's sweet baby Jesus. That's who they be calling on, right? Now watch this. There you go again. On earth, that's him. Jesus, right? Now watch this. And look who he's rebuking. Everybody. Ain't that a black and a black? So we don't show up nowhere, all in heaven. We don't show up nowhere through this. This is all white Air Force Ones. Ain't no black sneaker nowhere. I ain't talking racist. We just calling out what this is, right? No representation of nothing else. So the only representation on this whole image shows this. A devil. Look at the horns on his head. And he's black. You see? This the culture. This is who created Christianity. The Romans. The cross top in the bottom right. Okay? There was no Christians before the Romans. In Antioch, they first called them that. They created this religion, a conglomeration of all the mystery cults. We going there. All right? Let me do, where am I go? Hold on. Because I got a lot. Do I want to do that? Yeah, let's get to Rome. Because I could come back and do that. I just got to let the Most High God this, because I have so much information to bring out. It's a ton. So we're gonna get to Rome, right? And then, because I wanted to go back to Alexander, because I wanted to go to Greece before I got to Rome. Because you got to get to Greece back, finish out Greece, because Rome is about to conquer Egypt. So, for time's sake, let me get to Rome, right? Since it's only 11, let me get to Rome, and then I'm going to double back later. Hakyama, Tamayas is backstage on, can you let him in? I'm gonna get, and then we'll go back and get back to Greece, right? To Helens, right? So the Etruscans, now remember, so we're gonna get the understanding of where the Romans come from and how they even became Romans. These Indo-Europeans, these Japhetic group of people. All right. So let's do that. Let's get to that. Let's get to the Romans first, then we'll double back. All right? All right. Because they came from the Etruscans. All right. So we'll double back later. All right. So I'm going to grab where I want to go. I'm going to grab this. What's this? Right? In Antioch. Okay. All right. So let's show that, because I just brought that up. So I'm going to stop share that. And then we're about to get cooking with olive oil. All right. So let me click that. Let me show this real quick. Because, all this stuff, I like to show like quick little Google searches, stuff that's like public knowledge. So people don't think we being spooky, because, people, they just want, we all just making up stuff, right? You can, it's all, look, all the I just Googled, in what year were they first called Christians in Antioch, right? Simple, right? It says during the persecution which occasioned the death of Stephen, the first martyr, right? Because that's when they flew to the Hebrews went Peter, Paphia, Stephania, Stephen. They went to Antioch, right? Right, and from the persecution. But look what it says. What were Christians called before Antioch? Before being called Christians in Antioch, followers of the Messiah, his name was Jesus. I see how the language were known by names such as disciples, followers of the way, and Nazarenes. They were called the followers of the way. Okay? They weren't called those other things. They were called the Tamadayan Hadalayat. Okay? All right. Now, they were called disciples, but that is Yalayat or Tamadayan, followers. Okay? That's what disciples. They also refer to each other as saints and brothers. The term Christian itself was first applied by outsiders in Antioch. Yes, the Romans, the enslavers. Okay? Outsiders. It was a slur. So if you really loved the Hebrew Messiah or whatever, what you want to be calling Jesus, then you wouldn't have nothing to do with this slur. All right? All right. So now, let's continue. Now, they was, right, exactly. Now, let's go to let's do this. Let's go to Rome. Where they come from. So, which one I'm going to do first? Let me grab this thing. All right, let's go, because Rome, all right, let me do this. Let me put, what's on the screen? Let me do this. I got to do it this way. So share screen, because I'm about to show y'all something. All right. Hold on. Stop share. Make that smaller. Come back to y'all. Share screen. We about to break this down now. Bang, and put that back on the screen for a second. I want to break something down really quick. Now, the Romans, right? And then I'll double back later, because I was going to go to the Greek, but let's do the Romans, and then I'm going to show y'all something. Now, the Romans are the gangsters of history. The people of Rome called themselves Romani. I'm going to show y'all on the map in a second, the maps. They call themselves the Romani, Romani. That's Latin. All right? Now, it's an endonym. An endonym is a name that a people give to themselves. An exonym is a name given to people by outsiders. So Christianity is an exonym, Christians, because the Hebrews didn't give that name to themselves. They called themselves Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way. They called themselves Habariyah, Hebrews. They called themselves Yahadayans, tribe of Judah, Judeans. They called themselves God, tribe of Gad. They called themselves tribe of Rabbayan, Reuben. They called themselves Yasharalites, Israelites. They called them, you understand? They never called themselves Christians. So that's an exonym, a name given by outsiders, a slur. An endonym is a name that a people give to themselves. The Romans gave themselves the name Rome, Romani, or Rome, Romas. Okay, now that's an endonym, but the Romans named everybody else slurs. They named the Hellenists Greek. They weren't called Greek, a slur. They named the Hebrews, the followers of the way, Christians, a slur. They were never Christians. But who named the Romans? The Romans named themselves after their city, Roma. Okay? Shortened in English to Rome. Roma. It comes from the singular word or name of Romanus, or the plural Romani. Romanus, Romani, Romani. Romanus was the singular of the plural Romani, which literally means transliterated Rome or Romans. So the Romans in Latin is Romani and singular Romanus. This is where, and they named it after themselves after their ancient city, Roma. Now, the name Roma or Rome is an ancient name, all right? Now, do I want to break this one down? Let me break the other one down. Let me break the other one down because the other one's better. I went in a little more, all right? There you go. Yeah, I'm break this one down. The name Rome or Roma is cause I be writing, bro. Y'all should see me. I'm a historian now. I be typing and boy, I be putting in hours, like 10, 20 hours in there, right? The name Rome or Roma is ancient, and according to Roman mythology, the city was founded by this mythological figure that they all make up. It was a man. Now remember, the Hellenes, well, the Philae tribe, which the Romans called the Greeks, they made up a mythological figure named Helen. These are their deities, their gods, and they tie them to Jupiter and Zeus. These are mythologies. All ancient cultures was polytheistic. So they make up a deity. The Hellenes, well, the Philae tribe, which would later be called the Greek, made up, after their dark ages, their god Helen. He was there from Noah, and he came from, I broke it down the last one, from their pantheon of gods, right? Now, these are mythologies. These weren't actual physical people. They make up these mythological deities as a god that they're going to serve. Do you understand? These are all cultures because they need one because every culture have one, right? Now, so the Romans made up, you're going to see it. I'm going to show y'all. Let me break this down, and I'm going to show y'all receipts and everything and images. The Romans made up a mythology, a mythological character named Romulus. Okay. And Romulus named the culture, the city, this people after himself. Now, Romulus had a twin brother named Remus. We going somewhere. Romulus and Remus were twin sons of the mythological god Mars. So now we're in Rome. Remember, when we were in Hellas or Greece, you got Jupiter, you got Saturn, Saturnalia. These are where we get these names for the planets. These where we get the names for the days. We still speak these tongues in this English language. Now listen clearly. Romulus had a twin brother named Remus, and they were the sons of Mars. Mars is a god with a planet Mars and Venus, right? And they were raised by a she-wolf. Let me show you the image. Stop sharing. I'm trying to do this correctly. Let me show you who they were raised by. They mama. Let's go. Share screen. Come on, Elder Tamaya. I know you like, I know you're gonna enjoy this. Share screen. Everybody introducing the mama wolf of Romulus and Remus, suckling the breast of the she-wolf. We are in the culture, the creation of Rome, the Romans. All right, now look. Here we go. Watch this. The patricians and the plebeians. The patricians are the noble class. The plebeians are the regular workers. It's from novus homo. I know, y'all just let me. Remember, this is where these words come from. I need y'all to understand, right? That is, it's funny work that literally their language, they call they're homos. It's the first, these are novus homo. The novus order seclorum is one homo. It's just, I'm sorry. I'm just we're speaking. I'm not calling nobody nothing. All right, let's continue. All right, now we're gonna get there. Y'all gonna see. Traditionally, the patrician refers to members of the upper class, while plebeian refers to the lower class. Yeah, they named themselves. The economic difference, we're going to get there. I just did the screenshot because I wanted to show. We're going to get there with the patricians, right? The patricians, now this is at the end of the Romus and Remus and suckling on the breast of the she-wolf, right? The dire-wolf. The patricians were originally a group of ruling class families in ancient Rome. The distinction was highly significant in the Roman kingdom, the early republic. All right, so we'll get there, right? So I just want y'all to see y'all the image. This is Rome, Romanus, and Remus, twin brothers. Now, I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going to leave this up, right, while I break this down. All right? Yeah, Romanus. That's hilarious, Yasha. Guess what else is an anus? That's the head blown emoji. We're going to bring out something else. It's like they put this all in the words and we don't see it. And we call it these words today. There's another thing that's an anus, and I said, you gotta be kidding me. Watch this. I'm going to save it. I'm not going to bring it just yet because I'll spill the tea. I don't want to spill the tea. May the Most High give me the ability to walk all this down as we go, right? Well, sorry, everybody. I can't really see all of the chat. Shout out to everybody on the vertical live stream, everybody on Facebook, and everybody on the 16 by 9 regular YouTube. All right, now, here we go. So now, let me get back to explaining. Romulus and Remus were twin sons of the god Mars from the planet Mars, and they were raised by a she-wolf. Romulus became the first king after he killed his brother Remus. Everybody. Cain and Abel story? Romulus killed his brother Remus, and he founded Rome in about 753 BC. We're going to break that down in a second, right? Some historians suggest that Roma may have came from the root word Ruma. This is where these Romans made up Romulus. They made up these deities. You understand? They made them up, Romulus and Remus. Mars they already got from the Greek, the Hellenes, but they changed it to Mars, like Aphrodite became Venus. Okay? Now, some historians suggest that Roma may have come from the root word Ruma, which means teat or a tit. I know. I'm sorry. I just got to try to stay focused. A teat. They were sucking on the teat in the picture. It's still up. Good. I'm gonna leave that up. Look, they say, I swear you can't make this up. They say Roma come from the root word Roma, meaning teat or tit or breast, and they linked it to the she-wolf mythology. Okay, so they're saying Roma come from Roma is the teat, right? It is what it is. So who were the Romans? The Romans are a Latin-speaking Indo-European people who came to live and conquer what is now called Central Italy. Originally, the Romans were just one of the many tribes in the region that they call Latium. This is where you get, and for the Hispanics, y'all should learn this history. This is where you get the word Latin and the language from. Okay. The funny thing is, this land was inhabited predominantly by a melanated, what you would call a Negroid the Etruscans, the Sabines. Now, it was mixed as well. It was mixed with Ham, a little Shem, because of the tribe of Dan, Ham, because of most of the Canaanites traveling, and Japheth. So this land of the region of Latium, that's where the language Latin, that's why the Romans spoke Latin. That's why they made the Septuagint. Now, and they made Latin the lingua franca under the Roman Empire. Now, originally, the Romans were just one of many tribes in the region of Latium. But over time, they formed the Roman culture and Roman belief systems. Okay? And yes, Lanya, and this is before Italian. So I'm gonna show y'all with maps. So we going even before these names. Because remember, there was no Greeks, right? There was no Italians. There was no, right? So we going even further back. The Latiums, right? The Latiums, the Etruscans, the Sabines, right? Then later they start to call this land Italia, right? Under the Roman stuff, right? And that's where you get the Italians. But yes, they are some of the original, what you would call Italians. But we going further before these titles was made. Because, all right? So now, originally, they were just one of the tribes. Now, they weren't from there. Let me explain. They are from Europe. They are Japhetic. They traveled down like everyone else did. Just like the Demoi clan traveled into Macedonia, what they call the island of Crete, what they call now Greece. Okay? These were travelers, nomadic, and they were more of a nomadic, savage class. They was going around conquering, establishing themselves, right? So they came into this land called Latium. I'm gonna show y'all in a second. I'm gonna show y'all the maps and stuff, right? We're gonna get all the maps and stuff. Let me just get there, right? With the receipts, right? And they were just one of them that came onto this region. This region now we call Italy. With the boot, I'm gonna show you on the screen. In the Asian, by the Asian Sea, okay? And the Asian Sea heads off and to the Black Sea. Okay, now and something else, but I'm gonna save it. I don't want to ruin it. Right? So over time, this group of people, they weren't called Romans then. Do I got their ancient name? I think I do. We'll see, because I'm going to put the receipts on the screen, right? They formed the culture later called Romans. That's where they made up Romulus and Remus, this story. Romulus and Remus is a mythological figure. Remember, they are the children of Mars and somebody. We're going to get their story in a second, right? And they were supposed to have been raised by a she-wolf. That's the image on the screen, right? They formed the Roman culture belief system and later the Roman kingdom around 753 to 509 BC. Now, they later established a Roman republic. So the first thing they established was the Roman culture. You're going to learn it all, how they established it. Then the Roman belief system, okay? Then they established a kingdom with their military, togas and all that, right? That was around 509 BC, 753 to 509, right? Because it goes backwards. Then they established, now this is much later, after the Hellenes. The Hellenes became Hellenes. The Phale tribe, what later they were called the Greeks, became it around after their Dark Ages. So 1200, 13, 14, 15, around 1600, or if you go down, so I think, yeah, you go smaller. So 12, you go 11, 10, 9, so about 800, because I think it go backwards, 800 BC or whatever, they became Hellenes, because they went through a Dark Ages in the Mycenaean Islands, other black islands. Now, she says, is that why they say men are from Mars? That's hilarious. So now The Romans now, their civilization was much later. They in 753 to 509. All right, about 400 years after the Philae tribe became Hellenists and created this god Helen with this made up stories, mythologies, right? And so first they formed the Roman culture, then they formed the belief system, then they formed the Roman kingdom. And about 509 to 27 BC, before the Messiah, they established the Roman Republic. And then from 27 BC to 476 AD, after the Messiah died, they established the Roman Empire. They built the Roman Empire, okay? And around 1453 is when they got conquered. So they was the Roman culture, Roman belief system. Then they built the Roman kingdom. After that, they established the Roman Republic. Then they built the Roman Empire. And they absorbed and integrated all other cultures of the region, Lanya, that we now call Italy. So this group of people, I'm about to show y'all, absorbed and integrated all the cultures from the Etruscans, the Sabines, the this ones, the that ones, you're going to see them. And they made a conglomeration. Don't this sound familiar? Right? They absorbed and integrated all the cultures in this region. I'm going to put it up, the map on the screen, that we now call Italy. The Samnites, the Etruscans, the Sabines. These were actual black cultures and mixed too, right? Because these were the mixture. Remember, Canaan, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Hittites, the Amorites, all of them, they mixed. Esau mixed and Dan mixed. Okay, all of these are so-called black from Ham and Shem, mixing with Japheth in these Indo-European, because Ham and Shem didn't stay in what we call Africa and what they call the Middle East. They would travel, the nomadic ones, sea people, and conquer, and they would mix with Japhetic tribes, and they would make Indo-Europeans. That's where they get that word. It's a mixed people. Okay, but the civilization, the land was civilized and conquered from Ham and Shem. Even what they call Iberia is Eba, okay? And then they got something called the Pelagians. That's Peleg. You'll see, all right? So all of this stuff is this region, because you want to understand, so Iberia, Spain, and Portugal was actually Habariya. It was black before it was European, okay? All right, now we're going back. Now, they absorbed and integrated all other cultures of the region that we now call Italy. These were the cultures of the Sabines, the Etruscans, the Samnites, etc. And eventually, this group of people, now called Romans, ruled an empire spanning the whole of Europe, of North Africa, and what they call now the whole Middle East. All right, now, we're going to get back to their religion and cult. We're going to get to the foundation of Roma. Now, let me bring, before I do that, to go into there, to break them down, let's do some little regular receipts, right? Some regular receipts that's, you could just find all over the internet, right? Shout out to anybody who's actually doing righteous research, to every nation, kindred, and tongue, because this is how the truth is being revealed. All right, so let me go to this page, right? Because I got many tabs. All right, so let's do Romulus first. All right, so that one's open already, so I had that open for a reason. So let's do Romulus first. So let me stop share, come back to y'all, share screen, Romulus. All right, let's do Romulus first. There you go. Now this right here, you can just look up. It's just do your diligence. You can not just look. It's all through the books, right? This is Romulus, all right. The article is about the founder of the first king of Rome. All right. Now, this is the coin image of Romulus and Remus right here. So this is 1859-25. Satoshi de Pavie medallion at the base of the facade. The Latin inscription tells that these are Romulus and Remus in museums. So that's supposed to be their image. So they got coins. See, it says Romulus, Remus, right? In their tongue, in Latin, whatever tongue, right? Now, yes, nobody took, we still under Egypt. Now remember, we still under Lanya, the same mystery cults, because they took the Egyptians, they took the Persians, they took the Hebrews, they took the everybody. Same thing, Hellen. They took the Greek, the Hellenes, right? They took everybody. All right. So it's still, all right. So that's, let me close that. So Romulus and his twin brother Remus from a 15th century frieze. All right. So look, the king of Rome, his reign 753 to 716. The successor Numa Pompilius, born whatever. All right. So anyway, look, his father is Mars and his mother is Rhea Silva. Rhea Silva is known as Elia. She was the mythical mother. Mythical. I need you to understand. See, that's supposed to be the image of them too. It's all myth. It ain't real people. It's crazy because they got their culture made up of a myth. It's imaginary. They just made these things up, right? And then these are the people who telling you that Christianity, they also made up Yo, it's crazy. All right, let me just stay focused. All right. Now, Rhea Sylvia, Mars, the god Mars is supposed to be their dad, and they're supposed to be their mom. She is known as Leela. She was the mythical mother of the twins Romulus and Remus, who founded the city of Rome. This event was portrayed numerous times in Roman art. Her story is told in the first book of Ab, Urb, Condita, Libra, Livy, and then Cassius, whatever, right? All right. So that's Mars is his dad, and Rhea Silvia is the mom. All right. So let's continue. Romulus was the legendary founder and first king of Rome. Various traditions attribute establishment of many Rome's oldest leader, whatever. Although many traditions incorporate elements of folklore, it's not clear to what extent historical figure underlies the mythical Romulus. All right, traditional account. The myths concerning Romulus involve several distinct episodes and figures, including the miraculous birth and youth of Romulus and his twin brother Remus. That's the image when you click on Romulus and Remus. I mean, you can't make this up, okay? All right, I told y'all. Now, Remus' murder and the founding of Rome and the famous grape of the Sabine woman. We're going to go there. This is the image of the grape of the Sabine woman, also known as the abduction of the Sabine woman or the kidnapping of the Sabine woman. You're going to understand what grape meant. Wow, it's crazy. Where they get the word for that? For graping? All right. It was an incident in the legendary history of Rome, which the men of Rome created bride kidnappings or mass abduction. We're going to go there, right? This is a coin. They got so many. They love this image of the graping of the Sabine woman. All right. And the subsequent war with the Sabines. The Sabines, hold on. What did it just do? It just moved. There we go. The Sabines were an Italic people who lived in the central Apennine mountains of the ancient. See, this before it was Italian, but anyway, they call it Italian, like they call it Greece and say Greek. It's before that. Peninsula also inhabiting Latium North. That's what it was called. Latium, not Italy. Latium north of the Anio before the founding of Rome. So on this, you see there's Etruscans here, right? You see the Sabines here. You see, hold on, let me, oh, I can't see what y'all see. Hopefully y'all can see that. Let me go back to that. But we're gonna show another map. You see Latins here, that's a land. The Volscians, Erusians, Marsians, Aquisians, that's where you get Aquarius, Hennicans, Seri, and then Roma. They named them Rome, right? and the Venetians, Veil, V, so Venetians as well. Okay? Now, you're going to find out a lot of these were blacks. Okay? And when the Roma people came to this region, they established themselves, well, they established Roma, they were called something else, and they conquered all of this. All right? All right. And the Sabines fell upon her and took them away. Yea, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I am only escaped alone. Yes, I don't know if these the same Sabians. It might not be. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was about to say yeah, but I don't want to speak out, right? But yeah, it could be. We'll if the Most High wants, he'll bring that out later. We'll find out if these are the same Sabines. They just saying a different, spelling a different way. All right, so now here we go. The myths concerning Romulus include the murder of his twin brother, which he did, and the founding of Rome, and the rape of the Sabine woman, and the subsequent war with the Sabines, a period of joint rule with Titus Tatius. According to the myth, Titus Tatius, also called Titus Sabinus, was king of the Sabines from cures and joint ruler of the kingdom of Rome for 7 years. All right. Now, the establishment of various Roman institutions, the death of apotheosis of Romulus, and the secession, we'll find all that stuff out, right? Apotheosis is called the divinization of deification, is the glorification of a subject to divine levels, all right, or whatever. We'll get there, all right? Romulus and Remus. According to Roman mythology, Romulus and Remus were the sons of Rhea Silva by the god Mars. This is Mars. Mars got his miniskirt on. right? And this miniskirt is crazy. In ancient Roman religion and mythology, Mars is the god of war and also an agricultural guardian, a combination characteristic of early Rome. He is the son of Jupiter and Juno, and was preeminent among the Roman army's military god. That's why he got the miniskirt on, right? Most of the festivals was held in March. Romans did the most festivals. Saturnalia wasn't the only one. They had festivals all year round, and the festivals were a civil act, meaning if you didn't partake in the streets festivals, it was against the law. And it was all about togas and Didion and mini skirts and right, all these festivals. They was turned up. All right. So now, Romulus and Remus were sons of Rhea by the god Mars. Their maternal grandfather was Numitor. Numitor, in Roman mythology, he was the King Numitor of Alba Longa. All right. Now listen, they make up. I need you to understand, this is mythology, okay? This ain't real, but it becomes people's real history. Now look, everybody, would you look what King Numitor got in his hand? Let me click the link. Let's do me one better. Click it, and now let's click. Look what he got in his hand. Make it bigger. Oh, it won't get bigger? Oh, man. He got the same globe with the cross on it. Ain't this what they put in Jesus' hand? See, now y'all starting to see the Romans, the Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah, ain't never had no globe with a cross sticking out with a staff. No, they got the image of Jesus with that globe, with a staff, right? Or with the 2 fingers going up in the hand, right? Look, same globe. So now you're understanding, and the scepter, where does Christianity got these images from? The Romans first called them Christians at Antioch. The Romans took the culture from the Hellenistic Greeks. They made the Latin Vulgate. They made Christianity. They made the Trinity. They made the Council of Nicaea. They made Sunday worship. They put the Lord God. The Romans. All right. Now, watch this. Let me, how do I do that? I got to go out of this image. Okay, make it full screen. Oh, just go back. All right, make it smaller, then go back one. There we go. All right, and then close out of that. So Numitor, in Roman mythology, the king of Alba Longa. That's Alba Longa. Alba Longa was an ancient Latin city in central Italy in the vicinity of Lake Albano, right? That's where you get St. Albans too from. I used to live in St. Albans, Queens. Shout out to Queens. Lake Albano in the Alban Hills. The ancient Romans believed it to be the founder and head of the Latin League before it was destroyed by the Roman kingdom around the middle of the 7th century. All right. So this mythological king was the maternal grandfather of Rome's founder and first king Romulus and his twin brother Remus. This image is insane, right? Right, hold on. Oh, I can't, it won't. Oh, let me move this up, right? And Remus. Oh, I didn't mean to click it. Go back. All right. He was the son. So what's his name? Numitor was the son of Procas. Procas or Proca was one of the Latin kings of Alba Longa in the mythic tradition of the founding of Rome. So now they took this from the Latins. Remember, these people were of the Latins, right? They came there. So they taking the other gods. He was the son, a conglomeration of Procas. Procas, one of the Latin kings of Alba Longa in the myth tradition of the founding of Rome. He was the father of Romulus and Numitor and great-grandfather of Romulus and Remus. And he, King Numitor, was the descendant of Aeneas. Sorry. Just make it listen clearly. Y'all going to see this a lot. I understand. In Greco-Roman, Roman mythology, Aeneas was a Trojan hero. This is the Trojan Helen of Troy. We're going to understand. This is where Helen come in, not Helens from the Greek, but Helen of Troy, the Trojan War. Aeneas and Trojan War, Helen, that was all mythological. They made these stuff up. Aeneas was a Trojan hero, the son of the Trojan prince Anchises and the Greek goddess Aphrodite, who the Romans changed to Venus. His father was a first cousin. It's crazy that they literally make these beings up and give them first cousins and grandfathers, and they just make this stuff up. This is insane. Yeah, that's where the Trojan condom come from. They need to put a condom on. They're trying to do the Diddy stuff they trying to do. Anyway, his father was a first cousin of King Priam of Troy, making Aeneas a second cousin to Priam's children. He is a minor character in the Greek mythology. Okay? This part, all right? Let me make it full screen because it's cutting off my thing, right? Mythology. Aeneas. The descendant of Aeneas, the Trojan. Trojan or Ilion was an ancient city located in present-day Hisarlik. Anatolia is Turkey. It is best known, and that's from the Hittites. It is best known as the setting for the Greek myth of the Trojan War. Myth. All right, now, and the father of the twins' mother. So Aeneas, hold on, he was the son, so Numitor was the son of Procas, descendant of Aeneas, and the father of the twins' mother, Rhea. She was his father, and Lysias is a minor character in Roman mythology. All right. Oh, was killed by what? He was the son and the heir of the Alban king Numitor, but was killed by his uncle Romulus, who wanted to seize the throne. All right. So now, let me make it a little small so I can still see the chat. So Procas died and was meant to be succeeded by Numitor. Instead, he was overthrown and removed from the kingdom by Romulus. He had no respect for his father's will, his brother's seniority. We'll come to that another time. Rhea Silvia was made a Vestal virgin. The Vestal, in ancient Rome, the Vestal virgins or Vestals were priestesses of Vesta, the virgin goddess of rain's sacred hearth and its flame. All right? This, again, they making these characters up. The Virgin, Vestal Virgin Mary. All right? Rhea Silvia was made a Vestal Virgin by Amulius, rendering her unable to have children on pain of death. However, according to the myth, she was forcibly raped, impregnated by the god Mars. Mars raped her, and Romulus and Remus overthrew Amulius and reinstated Numitor as king. The kings of Alba Longa, or Alban kings, were a series of legendary kings of Latium. Okay, this is that region, who ruled from the ancient city of Alba Longa. This before Italy. In the mythic tradition of ancient Rome, they filled the 400-year gap between the settlement of Aeanus in Italy and the founding of the city of Rome by Romulus. There was a dark ages. So the same time that the Hellenes went through a dark, I'm going to show you with the map in a second, of Macedonia and Manoa, that land, what we call Italy, they went through a dark ages. And that's when the sea people came, and that's where all these people went savage and stuff. All right, so now, the family tree, the descendant of kings of Alba Longa, of Anarches, Venus, Crucial, Aeneas, Elius, Latinus, Amatus, Lavinia, all right, Sevius, all that, whatever. These are their tree. The Numitor, Amulius, Rhea Silva. So this is how the Romans made up their lineage. And all these are mythologies, okay? All these are mythologies, right? So now, they made this up, right? Now listen clearly. Somebody just came with the most random... all right, so they being... and Samuel, and you believe that, I got a bridge for you for sale too. If you believe that Yasak married a 3-year-old Rebecca. You don't even understand the language to understand what that means. So yeah. All right. So y'all get him out of here. He's an adversary. All right. So we ain't got time for them tonight. We on a whole nother subject, right? All right. Oh, no, Rebecca was not 3 years old. You don't even speak the language. First learn the tongue of Habariah first. I know it's Talmud talk, right? It's these fools that got his little Instagram knowledge, right? Kill me with this stuff, right? That's you thinking Ramus Remus. Get your Ramus Remus self right on out of here, okay? All right. So anyway, y'all get him out of here. You know, these adversaries, they'll come from the title and stuff, right? Or the video. All right. So now, so this is where the Romans created this mythology of their history, right? So all of these are mythological figures. They ain't even real figures, right? So then Numitor and Amulius, then Numitor gave birth to Rhea Silvia, her, Mars raped her, gave birth to Hercilia, Romulus and Remus. They got a sister. Hercilia was a figure in the foundation myth. She is credited with ending the war between Rome and the Sabines, right? And then I think she gave birth to Prima. That's where you get prima donna from. All right? All right. So now, then they go on. All right. So that's Numitor. Let's go back. All right. We got to go back to Roman mythology. Romulus and Remus. Okay. So their maternal grandfather was Numitor, the rightful king of Alba Longa, through whom the twins were descended from both the Trojan hero Aeneas, that's funny, and Latinus. Latinus was a figure in Greek and Roman mythology, often associated with the heroes of the Trojan War, namely Odysseus from Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus and Aeneas, although his appearance in the Aeneas is irreconcilable with the appearance in Greek mythology. But okay, let me continue. All right, so their maternal grandmother, through whom the twins were descended, and Latinus, the king of Latium. Latium is the region of central western, what we call Italy, in which the city of Rome was founded and grew to be the capital city of the Roman Empire. This is why they spoke Latin, okay? Because they established themselves in Latium. Before the twins' birth, Numitus' throne had been usurped by his brother, who murdered Numitus' son or sons and condemned Rhea Silva to perpetual virginity by consecrating her as a vestal. When Rhea became pregnant, because what's the name, Mars raped her, she asserted that she had been visited by the god Mars. Okay, watch this. This is another story that they say Rhea, it's because I did all this the research. They say Rhea said that she got impregnated like by the god Mars. What's your name? What you call that? Like Mother Mary, like Mariam got impregnated, immaculate conception, right? So she says Rhea became pregnant. She asserted she'd been visited by Mars. She didn't sleep with a man. And Amulius, because of it, imprisoned her, right? And upon the twins' birth, he ordered that the twins Remulus and Remus be thrown into the Tiber River. Tiber is the third longest river in Italy. But as the river had been swollen by rain, the servants that were tasked with disposing Romulus and Remus, the infants, into the river, they could not reach the river banks, and so they exposed the twins beneath a fig tree at the foot of Palatine Hill. The Palatine Hill. So this is the story. So Rhea said she got immaculately conceived by the god Mars. She didn't sleep with no man. Amulus imprisoned her, and when the twins was born, he said they was to be thrown into the Tiber River, but instead they couldn't get there, so the servants just put them under a fig tree. And the traditional account, a she-wolf happened upon the twins, and the she-wolf suckled them until they were found by the king's herdmen. Faustulus. Faustulus, mythology, everybody. Now remember, all of these are myths, stories. Faustulus was the shepherd who found the infant Romulus, and yes, this is the Moses. You see, y'all. Once you do this, you'll see all of the mythologies that link in. All of it. You're going to see Cain and Abel. You're going to see Noah. You'll see the Virgin Mary. You'll see Moses. You'll see all, because all cultures have their own versions, mythological versions of these stories. They just name them different characters, and some make mythology. Okay? Now, in Roman mythology, Faustulus was the shepherd who found the infant Romulus and his twin brother Remus along the banks of the Tiber River as they were being suckled by the she-wolf, Lupa. So the she-wolf, I guess, is called Lupa. Maybe that's where they get lupus, I don't know. According to legend, Faustulus carried the babies back to his sheepfold for his wife Acca. All right, so Faustulus, all right, and Acca, his wife Acca, Lauricia. Acca was a mythical woman, later became a goddess of fertility. This would probably be Ashera in Roman mythology, whose festival, she had a festival called Larentalia, and it was celebrated on December 23rd. This gets so crazy, guys. Listen clearly. Yeah, I think this is where lupus came from. That these festivals, I heard of Saturnalia. Do y'all know they got a festival called, what's the name? What's the dude? The other Greek Greco god. Y'all see it. Sorry, I can't. And they got Larentalia. And all of these festivals, a lot of them were December 20th to December 25th and 26th. They got so many festivals all year. They got these festivals, and they all called alias. I heard of Saturnalia. I didn't hear these other alias. All right. So Larentalia and these festivals, everybody, had to be Lupercalia has to do with Valentine's Day. Because they go all through the year, and they were civil, meaning everybody had to take part in these festivals unless you were against the law. And you did not want to go against the law with these Romans, because it was about Diddy, and they'd lock you up and all that crazy stuff. All right, so anyway, so Akka, so Faustulus was supposed to be the one who found the twins, and the brothers grew, Remus and Romulus, grew to manhood among the shepherds and the hill folk. The hill folk are the people of Latimus, of this region that they call now Italy, who lived in the agriculture people, shepherds, lived in the hills. So the Romulus and Remus grew, because Faustulus gave them. Now these are mythology. It's crazy how they talk about it like these were real people, right? So he gave them to his mythological wife, and they grew to manhood and among the shepherds and the hill folk. After becoming involved in a conflict, the followers of Amulius and those of their grandfather Numitor, Faustulus told them of their origin. So Faustulus told the twins where they come from. Mars, and then this crazy. They come from Mars. That sounds crazy when you just say that like that. Faustus told them, y'all come from Mars. Okay, so anyway, he told them of their origin. With the help of their friends, Romulus and Remus lured Amulius, the one who tried to kill them, who did imprison their mama. They lured him into an ambush, and the twins unalived him. And they restored their grandfather Numitor to the throne. Now, Numitor is what I get where because no, that's Numador, where they do when you smoking a cigar, that the Numador, I think that if I'm correct, right? All right. So he said, all right, if you drop a floating bed basket down the Nile River, would it beach right there? It probably would, honestly. All right. That's actually shout out to user. I can't see y'all names now. They putting this to the user for MS. So anyway, let me continue. So now they unalived Amulius and they restored Numitor to the throne. And then the princes then set out to establish a city of their own. So now we're finding out how the Romans became Romans. All right, this is the story, the mythological story of these twins from Mars and the Rhea lady and then Amulus and Numitor, all these mythologies, right? So now they restored Numitor to the throne, and these two children, now Romulus and Remus, set out to establish a city of their own. They returned to the hills overlooking the Tiber River. The 7 hills of Rome east of the river Tiber from the geographical heart of Rome within the walls of the city. All right? The 7 hills, they're in the mountains, right? Now look, the field of Mars, the Tiber River, the Tiber Island, the I can't see the other. Quantrian Hill, Vimeo Hill, Iquin Hill. Oh, Capitoline Hill. Y'all gonna find Capitol Hill. Oh, this thing gets crazy. Oh yeah, they got a Capitoline Hill. And they got the Republic. Remember the Rome and the Senate. And they got Capitol Hill. Capitoline Hill. Oh, this gets crazy. This gets crazy. This is when I was doing this, my head was blown for all the research, right? And I got more research than this. I'm just showing these receipts because they're public, right? People be like, well, sure, because I can break all this down. After I show this stuff, I'm about to break down stuff that ain't shown in this stuff, right? Because I go to the ancient books, the texts, the scrolls. You got to study to show yourself approved. But I show this stuff because I need public knowledge, because people are like, well, you just saying that, right? You know how people be. You just saying that. So here, look, public knowledge, right? Now, after that, the twins returned to the hills overlooking the Tiber, near where they had been exposed as infants. So they returned to this area because that's where the she-wolf, that's where they were taken, right? That's where they established Rome. Now, they returned to the hills overlooking the Tiber, near where they had been exposed as infants, but disagreed on the site of their new city. Each twin, they disagreed. One wanted to make the city on this site, another wanted to make it on this site. Each took up a station on a different hill, and they awaited an omen to decide between them. Okay, The reason why this is so important, guys, is because these are who created Christianity. Do you understand? At Antioch, they first called them Christians, not the Hebrew culture, but the Christianity religion. All right. Now, the twins, okay? These are the Romans. Remus, they disagreed on where they're going to build their new city. So each took up a station on a different hill, and they awaited an omen. Okay, and sign, a omen is a spirit, a dark spirit, to decide between them. Remus saw 6 vultures over Aventine Hill. That's one of these hills right here. So Remus saw 6 vultures fly over Aventine Hill, right? This is their sign for an omen. They're looking for a sign and a wonder, right? He saw 6 vultures over Aventine Hill. Then Romulus saw a flight of 12 vultures over Palatine Hill. Hold on. Aventine Hill, Palatine Hill, right next to each other. So Romulus, which Rome was named after, saw 12 vultures. Vultures, anybody? Not doves, not right? But anyway, let's continue. And Remus saw 6 over Aventine Hill, right? And Remus argued for the Aventine Hill based on priority, and Romulus argued for the Palatine based on the number, because he saw 12 vultures. Okay? The conflict of the two brothers escalated, and Romulus, they say, or one of his followers killed Remus, but they say Romulus, because I did other studies. So, you have different variations of the story. Romulus killed Remus. Cain and Abel, anybody? Lot and Abraham, anybody? Anybody? Dividing, right? Taking separate. In a different variant of the legend, the Argars favored Romulus. I guess that's some gods or omens or something. Favored Romulus, who proceeded to plow a square furrow. Now look, listen. The Sulcus Primigenius, I guess that's where you get genius from, was the ancient Roman ritual of plowing the boundary of a new city. So what they would do when they would claim a land, say, this is where I'm going to build a new city, they would plow out a mark in the land, like a boundary. It says, particularly formal colonies prior to distributing its lots or erecting the walls. So when they would take a land, say, now I'm going to make this my land, they would plow out a boundary before they would put walls and hand out lots of land, plots of land to their inhabitants, right? The Romans considered this ritual extremely ancient, believing their own founder Romulus had introduced it from the Etruscans. All right, so they learned a lot of this stuff from the following, the Sabines, the Etruscans, the Samnites, okay? All right, now, remember I showed y'all earlier what the Etruscans look like, who they were. Now, so Romulus got given favor from the Argars, or however you say that, who proceeded to plow a square furrow around the Palatine Hill to demarcate the walls of the future city called Roma Quadrata. Roma Quadrata was an area or structure within the original Pomerium of the ancient city of Rome, probably the Palatine Hill, with both its Palatine and Sermulus peaks and their slopes. It apparently dated to the early stage of Rome's city's foundation. So Romulus killed his brother, unalived his brother, said, well, it's going to be on Palatine Hill now. He proceeded to plow a square furrow to demarcate the walls. And when Remus, and so this is another variant of the legend. One legend is that he unalived him and established it. The other legend is that he did a plow of Romulus. He did a plow to establish Palatine Hill and says this is going to be where it wasn't named wrong, where we're going to establish our city. Remus, when he saw that his brother did a plow, he derisively he jumped over the furrow to show how inadequate it was against invaders. And this version of the story said Romulus struck him down in anger. Sound like Cain and Abel? In another variant of the story, Remus was killed during a melee along with Faustulus. All right. So the founding of Rome was commemorated annually, every year, on April 21st with the festival of Perilia. The Perilia or Palilia was an ancient Roman festival of rural character performed annually on April 21st, aimed at cleansing both sheep and shepherd. It was carried out in acknowledgement to the Roman deity, god Pales, a deity of uncertain gender. This was a genderless, everybody, god. This is the beginning of it. And look at the image. They holding up a calf, and this dude up here is supposed to be Pales, this deity, Roman, genderless god, right? And these festivals, they were smashing, they got goats. Y'all gonna understand also that the smashing, the bestiality too. All right, it's gonna come out in a second. Hopefully I get there. It's already 12 o'clock. We're gonna, we gotta continue this next week, part 2, 3, right? Now, bestiality is involved with this creation of this culture as well. All right. Now, the festival of Perilia, Romulus' first act that he did was to fortify the Palatine with the Murus Romuli, is the name given to a wall built to protect Palatine Hill. It was centermost of the 7 hills of Rome. All right. So he built this wall to protect, in the course of which he made a sacrifice to the gods. He laid out the city's boundaries with a furrow that he plowed. He performed another sacrifice. And with his followers, he set to work building the city itself. Romulus sought to the assent of the people to become their king. So, with Numitor's help, these mythological, remember this is all mythology, he addressed them and he received the people's approval. Romulus accepted the crown after he sacrificed and prayed to Jupiter. Look at Jupiter. If you look at that, that looked like Serapis Christo's face. That is Serapis Christo's face from the Hellenistic Greek. Look at his little wee-wee, right? All these little naked ditty, right? His toga draped around him, right? And that's what, Jesus, yep. In ancient Roman religion and mythology, Jupiter, also known as Jove, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hove. Ancient Hove, right? Yeah, that's his face in here. That's Serapis' head, right? Because all they did was take the Hellenes. All right, remember, the Romans come from the Hellenes, but anyway, let's continue. Jupiter, also known as Jove, is the god of the sky and thunder and the king of the gods. That's Zeus. All right. And Zeus came from Osiris and Apis. All right. It was Apis, Rich Fly. I kept saying Aspis. Now y'all be letting me say Apis, right? So they take Zeus gods, right? I know we gonna get away from the little wee-wees. I know I'm wee-weed out too, Elder. I'm diddied out and wee-weed out. I'm tired of it. I'm like, sooner or later we'll get past it, but we got to because that's what the culture was, right? And then they wonder why these Christian pastors is all trying to diddy everything, because that's what it was created in, all right? So now, in ancient Roman religion, Jupiter, also known as Jove, is the god of the sky, thunder, and the king of the gods. Jupiter was the chief deity of the Roman state religion through the Republican and the imperial eras until Christianity became the dominant religion of the Roman Empire. Until they created Christianity until they change his image into Caesarea Borgia, into that. Okay, let's continue. Romulus' first act was to fortify Palatine Hill. Romulus sought the assent of the people. He accepted the crown after he sacrificed and prayed to Jupiter after receiving favorable omens. The omens. Romulus divided the populace into 3 tribes known as Ramnes, Titienses, and Luceres, right? This is how the Romans came to exist. They don't teach you this. 3 tribes. A tribus or tribe was a division of the Roman people for military, censorial, and voting purposes. When constituted in the Comitia Tributa, the tribes were the voting units of the legislative assembly of the Roman Republic. This is how, now remember, where did they get the word tribes from? Do you understand? Okay. They took their cultures from all the surrounding of the Latimus Islands, of these islands. We'll get there in a second. Okay? Shout out to Hebrew Jamaican Cooley, right? So they call this tribes. And it was for military, taking the censor. Censorship was very important because they needed to get their numbers up in their people of this city, this people because they wanted to conquer the Sabines, the Etruscans, the Samnites, and all of them, right? So they censorship, where they take the censor, counting the number of people, was very important. So military, censor, and voting purposes. All right. So each tribe, all right. So Romulus divided the population into 3 tribes: the Ramses, Titius, and Luceres, for taxation and military purposes. Each tribe was presided over by an official known as a tribune. A tribune was the title of various elected officials in ancient Rome. The 2 most important were the tribunes of the plebs. That's the lower class people. The patricians were the higher people, right? The Senate and all of them. The plebs were us, were the regular, not us. That was a lie. The plebs were the lower people. Tribune was the title of various elected officials in ancient Rome. The 2 most important were the tribunes of the plebs and the military tribunes. For most of Roman history, a college of 10 tribunes, this is where you get the word college from, university, all this come from Rome. Listen, and remember where they come from. Romulus and Remus sucking on a she-wolf, bestiality, right? This is crazy work, but let's continue. All right? That's why you got to know the history, okay? Now, for most of Roman history, a college of 10 tribunes of the plebs acted as a check on the authority of the Senate. All right? We'll go through that another time. So each tribe was presided over by an official known as a tribune and was further divided into 10 curia. Curia referred to one of the original groupings of the citizenry, eventually numbering 30, and later every Roman citizen was presumed to belong to one of the curia. While they originally probably had their wider powers, they came to meet for only a few purposes by the end of the Roman Republic. Each tribe was presided over by an official known as a tribune, further divided into 10 curia or wards. 5th Ward, Texas, the 9th Ward, anybody? By curia or wards, each presided over by an official known as a curio. You know where you get your curio cabinets in your house? Romulus also allotted a portion of land to each ward. They called them wards, all right? For the benefit of the people. Nothing is known of the manner in which the tribes and curiae were taxed, but for the military levy tax, each curia was responsible for providing 100 foot soldiers, a unit which came to be known as a century. Y'all understanding? See, once you understand the Roman, the Hellenist, the Greek, you're going to get your English language curses and spells. This is where we get century, these English words from. Each curie was responsible for providing 100 foot soldiers, a unit known as a century, and 10 cavalry. Each Romulan tribe, this before there was Rome, thus provided about 1,000 infantry and 1 century of cavalry. The 300 cavalry became known as Celeres. Celeres were the bodyguard of the kings of Rome and the earliest cavalry unit in the Roman military, traditionally said to have been established by Romulus. Romulus is a myth, the legendary founder and first king of Rome. The Celeres comprised 300 men, 10 chosen by each of the curae. All right, each Romulan tribe thus provided about 1,000 infantry and 1 century of cavalry. The 300 cavalry became known as Celeres, the swift, and formed the royal bodyguard. Choosing 100 men from the leading family, Romulus established the Roman Senate. All right, the Roman Senate was the highest and constituting assembly of the ancient Rome and its aristocracy, with different powers throughout its existence. It lasted from the first days of the city of Rome as the Senate of the Roman Kingdom to the Senate of the Roman Republic. Choosing 100 men from the leading families, Romulus established the Roman Senate. These men he called patres, the city fathers. Their descendants came to be known as the patricians. Y'all remember the image when they had God and they had patres? See? It had patres, such and such, over that God when it had the what's the name behind it. Okay? Y'all know how I do. You know how we do in this house. We tie things up. We bring receipts. Okay? Watch this. Let's continue. Stop share. Share, screen, window, bang, share. Remember this image? In Christian theology, incarnation is the Trinity. Romans created it. Romans created Sunday worship. Romans created the Lord God. Romans created the word Christianity. Romans, Jesus side to God. And look at this. Pater Noster. That's where this comes from. All right, let's stop share. Let's get back. Share screen. These men called patres, the city fathers, their descendants came to be known as patricians. Hold on. The patricians, look at the image under the patricians. You can't make this up, guys. You really can't. The patricians were originally a group of ruling class families in ancient Rome. This is straight bestiality. But anyway, the distinction was highly significant in the Roman kingdom and the early republic, but its relevance waned after the conflict of the orders by the time of the Republic Empire. All right, let's continue. Choosing these men he called patres, the Roman Senate, 100 men from the leading families. The city fathers, their descendants became known as patricians, forming one of the 2 major social classes in Rome. The other class, known as the plebs or plebeians, consisted of the servants, freedmen, slaves that were freed, fugitives who sought asylum at Rome. So Romulus was, well, he was a mythological figure, but the Romans creating this, they created an asylum. This is where you get the word insane asylum. They created an asylum for any criminal who was running from any culture, Etruscan, Sabine, I mean, wherever you were, you can get what's the name? What do they call that when you can run to this country and they protect you and they don't extradite you? They created an asylum for anybody because they wanted to grow their nation. So because they were smashing one another, listen clearly, because they were smashing one another, they couldn't grow their numbers. So they opened up anybody could come. I don't care what you did, murder, unaliver, rapist, whatever, you can get asylum here. So any fugitive who sought asylum at Rome, those who was captured in war, they were granted Roman citizenship. So the military in the city was a city of maniacs, and it was all Didians and stuff, right? So anyway, the plebs, the other class, the servants, the freedmen from slaves, fugitives, the plebs in ancient Rome, the plebeians or plebs were the general body of free Roman citizens who were not patricians as determined by the census. The census adding up. In other words, commoners. Both classes were hereditary. So they would pass, you would become a patrician. It was passed down through your bloodline, genealogy. Okay? These would become the Caesars later and all the Roman governors and emperors and stuff. They were patricians back from when the first Roman, when they started this culture. Okay? Now, to encourage the growth of the city, Romulus outlawed infanticide. He outlawed what's the name? What do they call what they got a lot of people doing in abortion? He outlawed infanticide, and he established an asylum for fugitives on Capitol Hill. Okay, watch this. This gets crazy. This gets crazy. This is why you understand why America, Babylon, and Rome are so crazy. He established an asylum. In ancient Hellenes, Greece, and Rome, an asylum was a place where people facing persecution could seek refuge. That's what I mean, refugees. That was the word I'm looking for. Refugees. These locations were largely religious in nature. Listen clearly. So when these people would seek refuge, fleeing persecution from whatever they's doing, in order to get asylum in Hellenes in Rome, right? They would have to take on the religion. Listen, and the religion of the Hellenes in Rome was Didian. So you have to get Didied, okay, the title, in order to get refuge. I would have kept it moving. I would have been like, thank you very much, but I'm okay. I'm going to keep running, right? I'll be like, can someone point me north or what? See, Hellenes, and that's what they'll tell you about ancient Egypt too. When the Hellenes took over from the Persians, those cities was by Diddy. It turns into Sodom and Gomorrah. It's like you stumble upon this city and it's all those gates locked and it's all about your booty and you don't know it. That's the wrong. You don't want to stumble into these cities. Okay, that's what it was. That's what it mirrors. I would have been like, okay, I'm gonna keep. It's okay. I'm good. With the Anus, the god Anus, right, right. I'm good. And everybody, this is where you're gonna find out. This is where they get. The Romans called it Egypto. All right, we'll get there. Now, amnesty. I'm good. I'm okay. Could someone point me north, right? Because I'm not seeking refuge here. So it was these locations, the asylum was religious in nature. They had temples and other religious sites. So the asylum, everybody listen, the asylum was just born there, right? Who? I don't know. I don't know who Elder Tommy. The asylum was the temple. Listen, the temples and religious sites were the asylums. Crazy work. Okay? So y'all understand from the Hellenes, the temple, the gymnasium and stuff was the temples. Yes, same thing we just did in the last lesson with the Roman Catholic Church, and they just paid $800 million. They should have paid in the 70s. They wait till all these the little boys that they raped in the church, the temple, right? The Catholic priests, this is now today. I just did on the last live. They paid it. And now a lot of those children that they raped all those years is dead and gone, right? And they continue. So it's nothing new under the sun. All right? So now this is the crazy part. To encourage growth of the city, because they needed to grow it, Romulus, a mythical god, outlawed infanticide, outlawed abortion, and established an asylum for fugitives. No, that's Shaul, that's Paul. and Shaul was born in Tarsus. I think Tarsus, not Rome. But he went all through Rome. But Shaul was going there to get them out of there, the Hebrews, to tell them to stop following these gods and the Hellenists too. So he went through all that, Antioch and all that. So they ran into Antioch and stuff, a Roman province. And that's why they got Diddy. That's what they was getting Diddy for. That's what, right? So that's where you get the Maccabees and stuff, right? But religion, they'll have you think that the ancestors of the Safaria Bible was actually one with it, and Shaul was not. That's why they unalived him. Remember? They killed all of them, right? They killed Shaul. And right before they killed him, Paul was executed in Rome, but yes, yeah. And right before they unalived him, he spoke to them in Habariah, Hebrew, right? Habariah. And he was telling them, don't get the Diddy. I'm about to die, but y'all need to, don't become Hellenized, Romanized. This is where you get the romantic languages too. Wait till we do the linguistics. Ooh, y'all gonna learn so much. Y'all gonna learn so much. You get Hungary, you get Romania, you get all these countries. You get these tongues and these linguistics language all the way to English language, Germanized. Wait till you see, y'all. This gonna be so. This series is gonna be the most insane, thorough series of the creation of these cultures and religion of Christianity that I've ever seen. The Most High got me going in. Wait till I was gonna do it tonight, but the whole lesson would have been linguistics. I'm gonna do it another time. All right. Now, to encourage growth of the city, Romulus outlawed infanticide, and he established an asylum for fugitives on Capitol Hill. That's crazy. Now look at Capitol Hill. Everybody. Hold on, let me make it bigger. Let me click it. Hopefully it gets bigger. Capitol Hill, Capitoline Hill. Between the Forum and the Campus Martius is one of the 7 hills of Rome. The hill was earlier known as Mons Saturnius, Saturn, dedicated to the god Saturn. Look at Saturn, was a god in ancient Roman religion, a character in Roman mythology. He was described as the god of time, generation, dissolution, abundance, wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal, and liberation. Saturn's mythological reign was depicted as the golden age. This is Saturnalia, Sunday works. This is the Easter, Christmas, Saturnalia, all this. Now listen, the hill was earlier known as Mons Saturnius, dedicated to the god Saturn. The word Capitolium first referred to the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Boy, Maximus Prime, you can't make it up. And look at it. The temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, also known as the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, this is where you get in Capitol Hill, was the most important temple in ancient Rome, located on the Capitoline Hill, Capitol Hill. It was surrounded by Area Capitolina, a police precinct, with numerous shrines, altars, statues, victory trophies. So in this temple, they was doing Diddy. That's crazy. It looked just like the one. That's why I'm about to show it. Now, this was the temple, right? Come on, all roads really do lead back to Rome. Shout out to Bra Elwood. Oh, that's Elwood. I think that's like a hill Hebrew should. Is that Elwood? I can't see. I only see. Let me turn on my mic. I'm getting excited. I only see the handles. I can't see the names no more. I wish they changed that. I'm about to get excited. So let me thank you. I'll turn it down a little bit. All right. So yeah, all lanes definitely read back. And then they read back to Hellenes because the Rome's come from Hellen, but Rome was the gangsters. Rome is the real ones where it all. Now, let's continue. Now, hold on, sorry. I had to, because they mess with it. Every time I touch something, they change my stuff. All right, there we go. So now, let me see, what do y'all see? I can't even see what y'all see. Okay, so, Capitol Hill, that's where I was. One of the 7 hills, right? And look at the buildings. The buildings are so Capitol Hill, one of the 7 hills of Rome. The buildings are the Piazza del whatever, Senatorial, Senate, Conservatory, the conservatives, right? Conservatives, senators, Palazzo Nuovo, that Nuovo Ordo Seclorum, the 80s, Santa Maria, and churches of Santa Maria. Wow. Anyway, the ancient Roman religion, Temple of Jupiter, Temple of Vivius. The Temple of Vivius in ancient Rome was the temple of the god Vivius, but built sometime in the early 1st century. These are these temples. The Temple of Ludi Capitolini in ancient Rome, the Capitolini Games. Listen clearly, games. Hold on. The Capitolini Games were annual games. They started out as religious holiday celebrations that called upon divine support to ensure continued prosperity for the state. They were instituted by Camillus in 387 BC in honor of Jupiter. And then the 80s Caesarium, a small temple located in the area of the Capitol Hill in ancient Rome. All right, and the Roman sculpture is the Colossus of Constantine. The Colossus of Constantine was a many times life-size acrylic, whatever, of Roman Emperor Constantine the Great. We'll get to him later, okay? All right, in this series. Now, I want to show y'all Capitol Hill. Capitoline Hill. Would you look at that? This is Capitoline Hill in the Museum of Roman Civilization. This looked just like the Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. and stuff. This looked just like America. Wow. You can't make this up. All right. Let me continue. All right. Let me continue. Hopefully I can get to all the stuff I want to get to because I got a lot. So to encourage growth of the city, Romulus outlawed infanticide, abortion, and established asylums for fugitives in these temples on Capitol Hill. So what you see on the screen, all that around us is asylums and temples. Here, the free men and slaves alike could claim protection and seek Roman citizenship. So when they was establishing Rome, they needed their numbers so bad. This is why they were so wicked. They needed their numbers so bad because the men, their gods, following the Hellenes, the Greeks, they called them Greeks, they was about men booty worship. So they wasn't procreating. So they couldn't grow their numbers. So they opened their borders and they gave a refuge, an asylum on Capitol Hill in their temples that even their slaves could become Roman citizens, part of the military. Freedmen, slaves, fugitives, whatever you were, come here. Now, this is the story. The new city of Roma from Romulus was filled with colonists, right? So they built this new city on this Palatine Hill, and they got Capitol Hill, right? Now, most of the city was filled with young, unmarried men. Everybody listen clearly. They were men who were with men. So they built the city, right, with their dresses on, of unmarried men smashing one another. It was filled with them. So they opened up their borders and let all the psychos in trying to grow the number because they couldn't grow their population because a man with a man can't give birth. They wasn't smashing the women. They was too busy smashing one another, serving their gods. Jupiter and Zeus and all them, the Diddy gods, Apollo and all this stuff, right? So, while fugitives seeking asylum helped the population grow, all the criminals that they was bringing in, the single men greatly outnumbered the women because they was letting more men in, fugitive, and nobody was having babies because they would make the fugitives do the ditty in the temples as a worship. So so with no intermarriage taking place between the new Roman culture and the following communities of the Etruscans, like, y'all need to get out of here with your little ditty, your little togas, and right, the Sabines, Samaritans, they was not letting them. Y'all are good. We good, right? No, we good. Y'all stay right over there in Capitol Hill, right? I'm just a bill. Y'all stay right over there with your little ditty temples. We good. Matter of fact, next time y'all come, we gonna go to war. Next time y'all come over here, right? So, with them not being able to intermarry because they wasn't replenishing themselves. So it's more and more men. It was a men party. They having a Frank party, right? A dingling party. Sorry, I'm trying to be as PG as I can, right? It's a big dingling fest, right? A city of the dinglings, ditties. So with no intermarriage taking place between Rome and the neighboring communities, the new city would eventually fail. It's going to cease to exist because you need to replenish, you need to smash, you need to have babies. So Romulus sent envoys. Pause, Victorious, Your Honor. Thank you. That's my pause, Captain. Pause, huh? Romulus, that's hilarious. That pause thing is funny when we do it in this way. It's tired when they do it their way, but it's funny when we do it this way, right? Because it's a joke, right? So Romulus, their mythological god, sent envoys of these Romans with their little skirts on to all the neighboring towns, appealing to them to allow intermarriage. So Romulus said, y'all go to these towns, go to Etruscan and go to this town and go to the Sabines and talk to them and say, we want to have marriage with your women. We need to smash your women to grow our, and that's stupid because, well, I'm going to let you grow your civilization, but later you're going to come conquer me. That's the idiot juice anyway. But their overtures, their advances were rebuked. Nobody y'all. First of all, they probably stink, and y'all smell like Diddy. Y'all smell like duty, right? I'm like, they probably, man, what is going on under that dress y'all wearing, man? So anyway, so Romulus, their spirit god, formulated a plan to acquire women from the other settlements. Oh, he about to take the woman. They about to take the woman. He announced a momentous festival and games. Here we go. The Consulia, or Consulius Ludi, was the name of two ancient Roman festivals in honor of Consensus, a tutelary god deity of harvest and stored grain. Consensus, that's where you get consuls and consultation and all these words. The Consuels Ludi harvest festivals were held on August 21st and again on December 15th in connection with grain storage. The shrine of Consus, all right, we can get back to that another time. So anyway, they doing a plan. They scheming up a plan. We're going to announce that we're having a big festival in the games, right? And they invited all the people, the Etruscans, the Sabines. Y'all come on. We having a cookout. We having the games. Okay? And they invited them to all attend. And many came, particularly the Sabines. That's where the census come from, the consensus. The Sabines. The Sabines, so they're going to, I showed that last time, were a people who lived in the central Apennine Mountains of the ancient, what they call Italian Peninsula, inhabiting Latium north of the Anino before the founding of Rome, right? They got the Etruscans right there, Sabines over there, and they're following people in this region, the Latimus region. Now, they invited all the neighboring cities. Many of them came, particularly the Sabines, a lot of them came. They came in droves. Bad move. At a prearranged signal, the Romans seized and carried off the marriageable woman among their guests. Now, the Sabines, I think I opened it up. Let's just do it. Let me see. I know I opened it up. I gotta make it full screen to see all my tabs because I got all these. Oh, that's what it is. Neptune. Neptunalia was another festival. Neptunalia. I did not know that. I'm like, they even had a festival for Neptune. Crazy work. All right. So where is that's going back when we break down, when we get to the Christians. So where did all right, it's somewhere. Because I know I opened it somewhere. That's the massacre there. We're going to get to that. All right. It's whatever. So the, this one. All right, let me click it. That's a whole page. The grape of the Sabine woman. They got money with the grape. You can't make this up. Denarii. Money with the grape. See the men, they carrying the woman. Money, it's on their money. That's the back of the coin. The two Roman men with their mini skirts grabbing the woman. They like, you gonna give us a baby. Because they're trying to make more men. They're trying to build right? They don't want the women. Look, Titurius, Rome meant bareheaded, bearded head of King Tatius right, palm chin, buried to her waist in shields, Tapia facing with raised hands, she tries to thrust off two soldiers who are about to cast their shields at her. Right? Look at this. The abduction of the Sabine woman. Look, they got so many statues, right? So look, these are these two. Look at these naked graping they grape them. Look, watch this. The abduction of the Sabine woman in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Look, so that's supposed to be Roman saying, get them. And look at the little kids on the ground. So some of the women, right? And look at them with their toga. They just slaying all the women. It's crazy how they celebrate this stuff. What? Look, here go. The grape of the Sabine woman. This is insanity, right? Image after image after image. Let's continue. The grape of the Sabine woman. How many images look? So they told them, we having a party. Come on, look, they got these sandals on. The grape of the Sabine woman. This is crazy work. I mean, honestly, it really is. It's really sickening that this is history, and these are the people. These are the people. First call them Christians. I thought the Hellenes was okay. Let's continue. The grape of the Sabines, mid-century, 17th century. Okay, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. The invention of the Sabine women. Look at them naked. Do y'all see this? He got his little. You can't make this up. Look, they got the shields, the swords, the thing on their head. Look at his butt out. Look at them. This is crazy. And look all the kids on the ground crying and stuff. Okay? Look, John Leech's satirical version of the grape of the Sabine woman. They make movies for this and all type of stuff. Let's continue. The Invasion by Charles Christian. Look at the men. Look. And they try to make like she all happy being taken away by these ditties. The 18th century artist painted the subject at least twice. Look, all this, let me go, and this is the money. It's on their money. The grape is on the money. Okay. Listen, the grape of the Sabine woman. Sabine, listen, Sabine rapte. All right, this is pronounced, this is where you get the English word grape. Rapte. All right, the kidnapped Sabine woman is the Sabine rapte, also known as the abduction of the Sabine or the kidnapping of the Sabine woman, was an incident in the legendary history of Rome in which the men of Rome committed bride kidnappings. Bride kidnapping, also known as marriage by abduction. Yeah, you said, y'all cannot say these white cookouts suck. I know, right? I'm good with this cookout. They call it marriage by abduction or marriage by capture. It's a practice in which a man or a boy abducts the woman or the girl he wishes to marry. All right? Now, the abduction of the Sabine woman or the kidnapping of the Sabine woman was an incident in the legendary history of Rome in which the men of Rome committed bride kidnappings or mass abduction for the purpose of marriage of women from other cities in the region. It has been a frequent subject of painters and sculptors, particularly since the Renaissance. Y'all see, they love drawing this. The word grape, cognate with rapto in Portuguese, rapto in Spanish, ratto in Italian, means bride kidnap. Head blown emojis. Here we go. Let's continue. We're going to keep learning. The word grape in the English language actually comes from the word meaning bride kidnap. It's the word grape in Italian meaning is the conventional translation of the Latin word raptio. Raptio is a Latin term from among several other meanings for the senses of taking, to take. Listen clearly. The large-scale abduction of women, kidnapping for marriage, concubinage, or sexual slavery. The equivalent German term is firm with or whatever. We might do that another time. Well, let me just click it. Oh, okay. For among several taken, the large-scale abduction of women, the concubinage or sexual slavery, the equivalent German term is Frauenraub, or woman robbery. The English word grape retains the Latin meaning of the obscure more word. All right, so let's go back. Let me go back. Let's continue. We're gonna have to. I'm gonna get somewhere after this. So I ain't gonna get everywhere I wanted to go, but let's continue. We gotta deal with time. So the word grape in Italian meaning is the conventional translation of the Latin word raptio used in the ancient accounts of the incident. So it comes from this word, from this incident. The Latin word means taking, abduction, or kidnapping. But when used with women as its object, it's called term sexual assault is what's implied. Now listen clearly. Did y'all see what it just said? The Latin word means taking, abduction, or kidnapping. This grape, rapito, raptio. But when they using it for women as the object, so who was the object before women was the object? See? See? Who was the object before one? Now the woman became the object because the Romans, they needed to mate because their culture was declining. They couldn't. So who was the object of this raptio? Y'all already know. The little boys. Facts. All right. So when women were used as the object. According to Roman history, Titus Livius was a Roman historian. He wrote about this, according to him, this dude with his dress on. The abduction of the Sabine woman occurred in the early history of Rome shortly after its founding in the mid-8th century, okay? And was perpetuated by Romulus and his predominantly male followers. It is said that after the foundation of the city, the population consisted solely of Latins and other Italic people, in particular male bandits. Bandits. That's the criminals, the booty bandits. Yo, you can't make this up. Now we got the word booty bandit. This is all Diddy. I know, Elder, we want to get away from the Diddy, but we got to leave Rome and Greece before we can get away. We got to create Christianity because it's the religion of the Diddy. It's insane when you understand it. All right? So this is the booty bandits. Okay. So the population consisted predominantly of male booty bandits, with Rome growing at such a steady rate in comparison to its neighbors. Romulus became concerned with maintaining the city's strength. His main concern was that with few female inhabitants, so they had almost no women in this, and it was growing in population because they was letting all the criminals come and they would smash one another. So they didn't really need the women until they realized, we're going to decline. We need to start having some babies. We need some fresh, because over time, those men become older. So we need fresh little boys. We need, right? And we need people for the military. So with the growing, Romulus could concern maintaining the city's strength. His main concern was that with few female inhabitants, there would be no chance of sustaining the city's population, without which Rome might not last longer than a generation, one generation. On the advice of the Roman Senate was the highest and constituted assembly of ancient Rome aristocracy, the patricians. The Romans then set out into the surrounding regions in search of wives to establish families with. The Romans negotiated unsuccessfully with all the people, right, including the Sabines. The Sabines feared the emergence of a rival society and refused to allow their women to marry the Romans. Consequently, the Romans devised a plan to abduct the Sabine woman during the festival of Neptune Equesta. Neptunalia. Wow. Yo, it's so much stuff be going on. Neptune is the god of fresh water. Look at him. Naked with his wee-wee out, on the horses, on the water. All they got. See, this is male. This is insanity. It's just, the amount of Diddy, this is insane. Diddy ain't got nothing on these Romans and stuff. Matter of fact, watch this. Stop share. I put stuff together for us. Y'all might enjoy this. Stop share. I might as well just do it right now. Diddy ain't got nothing on them. Share screen, right? Diddy ain't got nothing on these Romans and these Hellenes. Full screen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to this video. Introducing who I thought was the king of the diddler. Diddy ain't got nothing on them. The diddler. I don't know why they put that scary music under the diddler. That is just diabolical right there. right? That they put that haunting music. Everybody's so scared of the diddler with his little diddly dally diddling, right? But look, the diddler is full out gray, right? Look at look at the diddler. He got gray hair, the diddler is just look at him. That's how he should look. Look at Diddler, it's Grandpa Diddler. They put scary music under the diddler. This is the diddler walking around in jet. Yeah, that's Obama after he finished his term, right? He immediately turned gray, right? But look at the scary music they got behind the diddler. They put horror music behind the diddler. Look, that's him right here. That's him walking. I guess they in the library or something. He got his hat and his coat on, smiling. Yeah, he look happy because he clean off all them drugs and stuff. Plus, he got a lot of boys in there. He should be happy. That's what did he like the men's? He like the men's in them. He in there full of men's in them. He should be happy. You know he paying, he smashing. You know he done detoxed out. He look happy. Plus he got his sentence. He'll be home in a hot minute. He keeps smashing it. He coming home to his money and all that. So look at him in the library smiling. The diddler. Oh yeah, he home. He in Rome. He in jail. He in the home of, right? Yeah, he in his happy space. All right. So anyway, I thought I'll, right? Stop sharing. I thought that was appropriate. I already had that for the diddler. And then I'm like, hold on, we steady doing the Romans. So I'm like, okay, so here we go. Share screen. All right. And so let's get back to the Rome. According to historian Livy, all right, so we'll stop. The Romans cited, so they were the Sabines. Okay, so consequently, the Romans devised a plan to abduct the Sabines, the Sabine woman, during the festival of Neptune Equesta, Neptunalia. They had a Neptunalia. We'll learn that probably in this next part, right? And Neptune is the god of fresh water in the sea in the Roman religion. He's the counterpart for Poseidon. Because Rome followed Hellenes. They conquered them. Rome takes all other cultures and makes their god, like Christianity, okay? And they changed Poseidon's name to Neptune. In the Greek-inspired tradition, he's the brother of Jupiter and Pluto, who presides over the realms of heaven and the earthly world and the seas. Thalacia is his wife. So look at Neptune with a little naked. It's all about Diddy. That's what I said. Diddy ain't got nothing. That Diddy is down with the Diddy, the Roman. This is crazy stuff. All right. So now Neptune. Okay. So now, consequently, the Romans devised a plan to abduct the Sabine woman during the festival of Neptune Equesta. They planned and announced a festival of games to attract people from all the nearby towns. According to the Roman historian Livy, many people from Rome's neighboring towns, including Cananina was a town near ancient Roman Latium. This is what it was called, Latium, okay? Crustumerium was an ancient town of Latium on the edge of the Sabine territory near the headwaters of Alea, not far from the Tiber River. So this is the areas before this was Italy and the Romans conquered all this stuff. The Etruscans up there, Sabines here, Latini, okay? That's why they spoke Latin. Do you understand? Greco-Roman. That's why the Grecos changed the Hellenized version of the Greek, of the Koine to do the Septuagint. And then when the Romans conquered, they transliterated it into Latin. That's where you get the Vulgate. Okay. All right. Now, hold on. So they invited a festival games to attract people from all the nearby towns. All right. And Antiminea was a town of Roman ancient Latium. It was situated in the north of the ancient, okay. And they attended all of these other nearby resident towns, attended the festival of Neptunalia along with the Sabines, eager to see the newly established city for themselves. So Romans invited them, said, we want to, they did a home, you know how you do an open house? They did Vulgate for vulgar. That's an interesting ion, Sister Hayazak. So they said, we doing you know how what they do when they cut the ticker tape, the city, they open up the city. We having a Neptunalia, we having a barbecue, we having a cookout. All y'all come, bring your children, bring your women's, right? Bring your women's in them, right? So all of these neighboring towns attended the festival along with the Sabines, eager to see the newly established city for themselves. At the festival, it was said Romulus, which is a mythical figure, this is crazy, gave a signal. So remember, these people are under witchcraft. So their followers, they see Romulus. Romulus did a sign, but Romulus ain't real. So, you know, their generals and stuff said, I seen the sign. Just like Constantine said, I had a dream, right? Okay, yeah, ribbon cutting. They doing the ribbon cutting for their new city. So they invited them to the cutting. It's going to be some cutting, all right? So at the festival, Romulus gave a signal by rising and folding his cloak and then throwing it around him again. So the signal, yeah, just like all these made up deities. So now remember, they looking for omens and signs, and they all need to be in an asylum, right? So I guess mythologically, he took his cloak, right, his tunic or and he folded it and threw it over his shoulder, and that meant get him. I'm not laughing because this was a real incident that happened, and my favor, grace, and mercy over those innocent people who got destroyed from this. Yeah, they did an open house, right? They're about to open some houses, all right? And they said, get him, right? At which the Romans started to grab the Sabine woman, and they fought off the Sabine men, and they was unaliving. That's why all the images I show you, they got all the swords and they naked. So they killed all the men, and Livy does not report how many women were abducted by the Romans at the festival. He only notes that it was undoubtedly many more than 30. The other book said it was hundreds of them. All of the women abducted at the festival were said to have been virgins, except for one married woman, Hercilia, and she was supposed to have become Romulus' wife. Now this is how insane these cultures are. Romulus ain't real. What the? Now, so all of the girls that they supposed to had raped, they call it abduction, marriage abduction, where do we get the word rape from, were virgins, except for one married woman. And Romulus supposed to have took her for his wife. And she would later be the one to intervene in the ensuing war between the Romans and the Sabines, because the Sabines wanted to fight back for what they did to their woman. And Hercilia, who got taken captive, was supposed to be married now to the mythical god Romulus. I guess they got her in some insane asylum, and she would be the one to intervene when the Romans against the Sabines. The indignant abductees, were soon implored by Romulus to accept the Roman men as their new husbands. They got the nerve to call them indignant, right? Because they didn't want to get raped by these ditties, these dirty dingling ditties, right? Duties, right? But Romulus, I know these people, I know the Sabines said, who are they talking to? They was, they like this, Romulus, okay. Romulus said that you have to accept me as your husband. I know they like, these dudes is in an asylum. This is where you get a sane asylum. And this was in Capitol Hill. Wow, you can't make this up. And the Senate and all this was, all right? Outraged at what happened, the king of the Canaanites entered upon Roman territory with his army. These fighting on behalf of the Sabines. Romulus and the Romans met the Canaanese in battle, killed their king, and routed their army. Romulus later attacked Cananea and took it upon the first assault, took the kingdom of Cananea. This is how Rome starts to establish itself. Now this is going to become Italy, and now the Romans are being manifested. Come on, y'all learning real history. All right? Returning to Rome, he dedicated a temple of Jupiter Fericius. The temple of Jupiter was, according to the legend, the first temple ever built in Rome. Its site is uncertain, but is thought to have been on Capitol Hill. That's the temple, the coin. The temple of Jupiter Ferocius. According to Livy, the first temple dedicated in Rome, and offered, when he returned to Rome, he dedicated the temple and offered the spoils of the enemy king as spolia opima. According to the Fasti Triumphates, Romulus celebrated a triumph over the Canaanese on March 1st. The act Triumphia, better known as the Fasti Triumphius or Triumphal Fasti, is a calendar of Roman magistrates honored with a procession, another celebration or triumph, where we get the word triumph from, in recognition of an important military victory. All our words come from this. All right, and offered the spoils of the enemy king as spoila opima. The spoila opima were the armor, the arms, and other effects that ancient Roman generals stripped from the body of an opposing commander slain in a single combat. The spolia opima were regarded as the most honorable of the several types of war trophies. That's where we get spoils of war. Remember, all of this is where we get our English language. Okay, in other tongues, it wouldn't be say spoils, it'd have another name. But we get our English from this. At the same time, the armies of the Antemenides invaded. Now, all of them armies realized what they did to the Sabines, and they like, we gonna be next. So they invaded the Roman territory. The Romans retaliated, and the Antemenides were defeated in battle and their town captured. Romulus celebrated a second triumph over the Antemenides. The Crestimeni also started their war, but they were defeated and their town was captured. Now they're capturing all of what you now call Italy. The Crestamenes, Roman colonists, were subsequently sent to Antonia and Crestimeni by Romulus, and many citizens of those towns, particularly the families of the captured women, also migrated to Rome. The Sabines themselves finally declared war, led into battle by their king Titus Tatius. Titus almost succeeded in capturing Rome, thanks to the treason of Tarpeia, the daughter of Spurius Tarpeus, Roman governor of the citadel on Capitol Hill. She opened the city gates for the Sabines. Oh, okay. The daughter of Spurius. Spurius is a mythological, boy, these mythological figures, I can't even understand. Spurius was a mythological character. He was the commander of the Roman citadel under King Romulus. His daughter, Tarpeia, betrayed the city to the fathers. They just make this stuff up. It's like, I don't know. They're in such an illusion. You don't know who real and who not. Tarpeia betrayed the city to the fathers of the kidnapped Sabine women and asked for everything the Sabine warriors had on their left arms. All right, we might do that another time. But anyway, Roman governor, she opened the city gates for the Sabines in return for what they bore on their arms, thinking she would receive their golden bracelets. Instead, the Sabines crushed her to death with their shields, so they made this up, and her body was buried or thrown from a rock, now known ever since by her name, the Tarpeian Rock. The Rock of Tarpeia is a steep cliff off the south side of Capitol Hill that was used in ancient Rome as a site for execution. Wow, this is crazy. I'm just a bill. Capitol Hill. The Romans attacked the Sabines, who now held the citadel in what would become known as the Bible of Lacus Curtius, right? All right. The Roman advance was led by Hostus Hostilius. This is where you get hostile. Hostus Hostilius, Hostilius was a Roman warrior in the time of Romulus and the grandfather of Tullus Hostilius, the third Roman king. The Sabine defense by the hostile fell in battle and the Roman line gave way. The Romans retreated to the gate of Pallantium. Romulus rallied his men, promises to build a temple to the Roman god Jove, Jupiter, on the site. He then led them back into battle. Metescurtus was unhorsed and fled on foot, and the Romans appeared to be winning. At this point in the story, the Sabine women intervened. They, from the outrage on whom the war originated, with hair disheveled and garments ripped, the timidity of their sex being overcome by such dreadful scenes, had the courage, the women, to throw themselves amid the flying weapons and making a rush across to part the incensed armies and assuage, I don't know how to say that, their fury, imploring their fathers on the one side, their husbands on the other. The women, the Sabine women, that is the fathers-in-law and sons-in-law, they would not contaminate each other with impious blood nor stain, whatever. The marriage, turn your resentment. This is the story. The battle came to an end, and the Sabines agreed to unite into one nation with the Romans. Tatius jointly ruled with Romulus until Tatius' death 5 years later. The new Sabine residents of Rome settled on Capitol Hill, which they had captured in the battle. All right, now, let me, I want to close out with something else, because we're going to come back to this in the next part, right? We got to do another part. Many treatments of the legend combine a suitably inspiring example of the hardiness, courage of the ancient Romans with the opportunity to depict multiple figures, including heroically semi-nude figures in intensely passionate struggle, whatever. Look all these images. They got all this. These people are nasty. This is some sick stuff. All right, we'll come back to this. I want to close out with this, because we'll come back to this on the next part. We got more stuff because we're going somewhere. Peter Paul Rubens. Who is Peter Paul Rubens? Oh, he painted his. Oh, these are all the people who painted their versions of this grape. Sick work. Why would y'all be paint? Why they? All right. So anyway, now we're gonna go somewhere here, right? So the Sabine, the grape. Now we did the grape. Y'all know about that, right? And then subsequent events, we're going to go death and succession Romulus. Okay, here we go. After a reign of 37 years, Romulus is said to have disappeared. First of all, he's a myth. It's crazy work, right? These people they must have been on drugs. There had to be some LSD or something going on, right? After 37 years, Romulus is said to have disappeared in a whirlwind during a sudden and violent storm. As he was reviewing his troops on the Campus Martius, Campus Martius was a publicly owned area of ancient Rome. In the Middle Ages, it was the most populous area of Rome. All right? So, Romulus, after 37 years, he's said to have disappeared in a whirlwind. Elijah's story. Go ahead, guys. I see ya. Go ahead. He disappeared in a whirlwind during a sudden violent storm as he was reviewing his troops on the Campus Martius. Livy said that Romulus was either murdered by the senators, torn apart out of jealousy, or was raised to heaven by Mars, the god of war. Elijah's story. Raised to heaven by Mars. Livy, the Roman historian, believes that the last theory regarding the legendary king's death, as it allows the Romans to believe that the gods are on their side, that he was raised to heaven in a whirlwind by the god Mars, a reason for them to continue their expansion under Romulus' name. So the story was that the god Mars drew him up into heaven like Elijah, and they believe their gods are on their side so they can continue conquering under the Roman. Romulus acquired a cult following, which later became assimilated with the cult of Quirinus. In Roman mythology, Quirinus is an early god of the Roman state. In Augustan Rome, Quirinus was also an epithet of Janus. Janus is January, where we get the first where they get the name January in the new year. So Quirinus is an epithet of Janus, Mars, and Jupiter. We'll go there on another part. I got so much. Now, the Romans acquired a cult following and they assimilated with the cult of Quirinus, perhaps originally the indigenous god of the Sabine population. As the Sabines had not had a king of their own since the death of their king Titus Tatius, the next king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, was chosen from among the Sabines to be the king after Romulus. Numulus Pompeius, this dude, was the legendary second king of Rome. So the first king of Rome wasn't even a real person. That's what's insane. It's really insane, right? The first king of Rome was a myth. Now this is actually a physical person. So the second king of Rome was the legendary Numa Pompilius, succeeding Romulus after a 1-year interrogation. He was of Sabine origin, and many of Rome's most important religious and political institutions are attributed to him, such as the Roman calendar, the Vestal Virgins, the cult of Mars, the cult of Jupiter. This is where you get the word cults, the cults from. The mystery cults, all these cults. Everything was about cults. That's why I said Christianity is a religion of cults, not the followers of the Hebrews, right? Now, after reviewing his troops, Livy says that the reason for them, Romulus acquired a cult following, which later became assimilated with the cult of Quirinus, perhaps originally, whatever. The next king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, was chosen from among the Sabines. Various sources state that Romulus had a wife, that the Sabine lady, that they took in the slaughter, right? That's crazy work. So Romulus had him a mortal wife, and following the defeat of the Caragines and Ennenes, the Sabine woman begged Hersilia to intercede with her husband Romulus on behalf of the family so they would be received into the Roman state rather than slain by the Roman armies. In Dionysius, Hersilia was herself one of the Sabine women, the only one who was already married at the time of her abduction. Dionysius explains that she was either mistaken for a virgin, or he thinks more probably this Dionysius is a Roman historian from their duty god Dionysius from the Greeks. Now, he says that she was either mistaken for a virgin, or he thinks more probably she was the mother of one of those that was abducted, and she refused to abandon her daughter. Plutarch, another, relates that Hersilia was one of the Sabine women and the only one already married. He mentioned that some authorities make Hersilia the wife of Hostilius, that's a funny name, rather than Romulus. All right, 2 children are attributed to Romulus in Plutarch: a daughter, Prima, and a son, Avilius. But here Plutarch notes that his source is widely disputed. All right. So anyway, all right. So we'll come back to any of this stuff if we need to, right? Historicity. Let me see if I want to bring out something from this, because I'm about to go somewhere to close this out tonight. The tomb of Romulus. The tomb of Romulus is on Capitol Hill, composed of tuff that was itself extracted from Capitol Hill. The site was discovered. All right, we'll get to that another time. But 1930s, they built a new entrance to the nearby Senate House. Look at the Curia Julia. All right, the Senate House. It was built in 44 BC when Julius Caesar replaced Faustus Cornelius. We're going to learn what all this stuff means at another time, right? All right, so anyway, I just want to find out where I'm going to close out. The director of the Colosseum. All right, we'll come back to that another time. All of these. All right. So let me get my close out. Whew. I've been speaking for hours. 1:30. Let me get a close out. All right. So I want to close out with this, because I was going to go into further who the Romans were, but we'll do that next time when we continue, right? Because I got to go into their religions and stuff. But let me close out with this. Let me go to here. Right? Let me go here. Oh, not there. Let me grab my tab, grab the tab. I got to find where it's at. Make it full screen. And then it's this one. I want to go into, right? Let's go into this one. Let me see. This one. All right. Okay. All right, let's do that. And then we're going to go into this. Because I'm going to break. Oh, that might take too long. Maybe I'll do a little of it because I want to show the maps. All right, we'll do a little and then we'll continue. We'll close with that. So let me show this first. Share this time and say. This is Neptune. Neptune is the god of fresh water in the sea in the Roman religion. He's the counterpart of Greek Poseidon. In the Greek-inspired tradition, he's the brother of Jupiter and Pluto, right? All right? Now, watch this. The pictures of Neptune in Roman mosaics, especially in North Africa, were influenced by Hellenistic conventions, the Greek. He was likely associated with fresh water springs before the sea. The festival of Neptunalia. This is crazy. Watch this. Click. Neptunalia was an obscure, archaic 2-day festival in honor of Neptune as the god of waters, celebrated in the heat and the drought of summer, probably July 23rd. It was one of the dies committee when committees of citizens could vote on civil or criminal matters. In the ancient calendar, the day is marked as Nept Ludi, et Feri, whatever. Concluded, the festival was celebrated with games. Respecting the ceremonies of the festivals, nothing is known except the people used to build huts of branches and foliage, according to Festus, under the umbre, in which they probably feasted, drank, and amused themselves. Yeah, you know what amused themselves? So this is the festival, and they had games, okay? According to some, Neptunalia is still celebrated in the city of Susay, Tanzania, under the name Carnival Awusu or whatever. There you go. Neptunalia. Carnival Parade, still celebrated. Now look at, it just never fails. All these naked, look, and look what he got. The trident, right? That's Poseidon. And look, the little naked little babies, little boys and stuff. Neptunalia. All right. Now I want to close out with this. It's interesting that this, let's close out with this. It shouldn't take me too long. Let me find a tab. This one, it was a head blown emoji. So let me show y'all this. So this is, okay. And let me see, I got a lot. Did I show? Yeah, I showed mostly what I wanted to show. I got other tabs, but we'll do that next time. Now, this, share this tab instead. This is the area. Click. The Aegean Sea, right? This right here is the Crete, the island of Crete, right? And this is where the Macedonians, the Minoans, this were the Hellenists, what they would call the Greeks later. And then they got this land, Macedonia. Alexander the Macedonian, the Greek Hellenists, right? This right here is what later they became the Greeks. They were from the Macedonians and the Minoans on this land. To the left over here is what you're going to call Italy. It's right next to over here, right? So this right here is called the Aegean Sea, Aegean. It wasn't called that. It connects to the Black Sea, right, through these straits. This was called Anatolia. They now call it Turkey. Understand? Now, this is the islands, Cycladic Islands. It was the Cyclades from the Minoans and the Cycladians first. These were what you would call black nations of people, right? Now this right here called the Aegean Sea. It wasn't called that. It's actually part of the Mediterranean Sea. It's where the Mediterranean See, you see, it's one C. They just call this cul-de-sac, this bay, Aegean, right? Asiatic, okay? It's the area where West Asia meets Europe, right? From Japheth. Okay, now, there's a reason why they call it these names, and I'll do that on the next part. Maybe, I don't know. Now, I'm going to bring this out really quick, and then we'll go into deeper ones next week to all this understanding. Now, I want to show y'all on the map the Aegean Sea, the Mediterranean Sea. So I was like, okay, since I'm learning linguistics, it couldn't have been called that because this is what the modern maps are calling it. These are what the enslavers are calling it. So I'm like, I went and I need to find out, where did this come from? What was it really called? Okay? All right. Now, the extent of the Aegean Sea on the map. All right? All right, so let me see. All right, let me just close out. So I'm good. So now the Aegean Sea is elongated embayment of the Mediterranean Sea between Europe and Asia. It's located between the Balkans and Anatolia, that's Turkey, and covers an area of whatever in the north. The Aegean Sea is connected to the Marmara Sea, which in turn connects to the Black Sea through the Straits of Dardanelles and Bosphorus. The Aegean Islands are located within the sea. Crete, the Cretians, right? We're going to get through this next time. I just want to bring out something. Now, when we scroll down, right, we're going to go to the Aegean Sea has been historically important, especially regarding the civilization of ancient Greece, right? So I'm going to scroll down to names and etymology. The name Aegeus, here we go, used by late Latin authors, referred to Aegeus. Here we go again. Aegeus was one of the kings of Athens in Greek mythology. Oh, this just don't stop. We're going to close out with this. Aegeus was one of the kings of Athens in Greek mythology who gave his name to the Aegean Sea. He was the father of Theseus and founder of the Athenian institutions. Okay, so they got us, the stuff they got us calling on. They got us calling this place the Aegean Sea after some ditty guy. Now listen, Aegeus is another myth with the father of Theseus. Theseus is this dude. The naked ditty dude with the little black boy hanging on his foot. Oh my, it just don't stop. It just don't stop. Now listen, this is crazy, writing a thesis, right? Now, Aegeus was said to have jumped into the sea to drown himself. This dude again, rather than throw himself from the Athenian Acropolis. He was the father of Theseus, the mythical king and the founder of the hero Athens, where they get their city. Aegeus had told Theseus to put up white sails when returning from the successful killing of the Minotaur. Now the Minotaur, also known as Asterion or Asterius, is a mythical creature portrayed with the head and tail of a bull and the body of a man. Okay, he dwelt at the center of the labyrinth. He was part man, part bull. Do you know how he came about? He came about because this woman slept with a bull. Bestiality. This stuff gets crazy. All right? Aegeus had told Theseus to put up white sails. The sea was known in Latin as the Mare Aegeum while under the control of the Roman Empire. They named it that. The Venetians, Republic of Venice, who ruled many Greek islands in the high late Middle Ages, popularized the name archipelago, right? Where they get the little bay thing, meaning main sea. Now, the name of this actual in Hebrew, well, that's later. It's Hayam Hagadah. Hayam Hagadah. In the Bible, they call this the Great Sea. It's called the Great Sea. They call this the Aegean. We're going somewhere. Let's continue. I'm going somewhere. I'm closing out with this. Now, the sea, all right, and it has name, the main sea, the chief sea, a name that held on many European countries to the early modern period. In some Slavic languages, the Aegean is called the White Sea. And the Bulgarian is called the Mopi. And the Bilo is called the Moor. And Macedonia is called the Mopi. And Romanized is called the Belomor. And Serbian is called the Belomor. The Turkish name for the sea is Egidizi, which is derived from the Greek name, whatever, meaning Sea of Islands. All right. Now, the Aegean Sea, it ain't Aegean, okay? It's an elongated embayment of the Mediterranean Sea. Right. Now, the Aegean Islands, let me get to, because I'm trying to hurry up and close out, right? The Greek regions, the Aegean Islands, it breaks down the Aegean Islands. The bays of the south are clockwise, all right? It connects the north, south, east, all right? Let's talk about the islands. The extent, let me see if there's something for me to do here, all right? It's breaking down the surface, the climate, right? Breaking down the biography, archaeology, all right? Ancient history, all right? Let me see. The Minoans, all right? So we're going to get there next time. I'm going to show y'all the subsequent Bronze Age of the Hellenes, later the Aegean Sea giving rise to the Aegean civilization. It was the birthplace of two ancient civilizations, the Minoans and the Macedonians. These were the blacks we showed y'all before, right? Which it comes from, all right? So it wasn't called no Aegean Sea, all right? So we'll come back to that. Let me see. I think I'm finished with this. Now watch this. Let me close out. We're going to come back and I'm really break this down later, right? To show you where this comes from. Now, so the Aegean Sea was never called that. It's the Mediterranean. So now we know, right? Because they just called this bay, the enslavers, these ditties, right? They made it this god, Aegean, okay? Another mythological god. Aegeus was a mythological god, the father of Theseus. Theseus was a hero in Greek mythology. He said he slayed the Minotaur, right? But Theseus also was in love with his best friend, his male best friend. Watch this. Theseus was a divine hero. That's him with the little boy hanging on his leg. It's disgusting. Naked, with these little boys naked, right? They're supposed to have to slay the Minotaur. So the little black boy is supposed to say thank you, right? But they have these as slaves, right? Now, Theseus, right here, was famous for slaying the Minotaur, right? His exploits and friends, right? Theseus is sometimes described as the son of Aegeus, right? Oh, sorry, let me go back. And king of Athens, and sometimes the son of the god Poseidon. He was raised by his mother Aethra. In Greek mythology, Aethra was a Trojan princess and the daughter of King Pythias, right? Upon discovering connection that travels over Lake Athens have many events. Okay, when he reaches Athens, he finds that Aegeus is married to Medea. That part is funny. Medea, Tyler Perry. He found out that Aegeus was married to Tyler Perry. Medea is the daughter of King. Medea is known in most stories as a sorceress, accomplished of Pharmakeia. The worker in Pharmakeia is often depicted as a high priestess of the goddess Hecate. This is ain't nothing but Circe. She's a mythical granddaughter of the sun god, all right, who plots against him. The most famous legend about Theseus is his slaying of the Minotaur, half man, half bull. He then goes on to unite Attica under the Athenian rule. of syncretism, whatever, synchronism. Okay? Now, we're building a Pausius, a fortress of Aquilus, a Pausanias. I'm trying to find, I'll come back. Plutarch's life of Theseus make you, okay, Plutarch avowed purpose to construct a life that parallels Romulus and the fifth of Rome. Let me go back. Aegeus, one of the promoter kings of Athens, was childless. Here we go. Aegeus didn't have a child, and he was childless. He desired to have an heir. He asked the oracle of Delphi. Parthia was the title of the high priestess of the temple of Apollo. She served as an oracle. It was known as the Oracle of Delphi. All right. So Aegeus, where they get this name for the Aegean Sea, he didn't have a child. He wanted to have a seed, an heir. He asked the Oracle of Delphi for advice. Her cryptic words were, "Do not loosen the bulging mouth of the wineskin until you have reached the height of Athens, lest you die of grief." Aegeus did not understand the prophecy and was disappointed. He asked the advice of his host Pythias. Pythias was the king of he was named after his brother, and king of Trojan. Pythias understood the prophecy, and he got Aegeus drunk and gave Aegeus his daughter Athria. Okay. But following the instructions of Athena, often, right, Pallas, a goddess associated with wisdom and warfare, in a dream, Athria, the daughter, the woman, left the sleeping Aegeus. Now listen, y'all listen to this. Okay, these people are crazy. This is some wicked stuff. I'm closing out now. Now, Aegeus wanted to have a seed. He got the oracle. They told him, right? So he couldn't understand what they said. Pythias understood the prophecy. He gave his daughter, Athria, Aethra. But following the instructions, Athria, that Pythias' daughter, left Aegeus sleeping, and she waded across the island to Sapphira that lay close to Trojan's shore. There, she poured a libation to Sapphia's Pelops charioteer and Poseidon, and she was possessed by the sea god in the night, Poseidon. The mix gave Theseus a combination of divine as well as mortal characteristics in his nature. Such double paternity with one immortal and one mortal was familiar of other Greek heroes. And after Athera, the woman, became pregnant, Aegeus decided to return to Athens before leaving. However, he buried his sandals and sword under a huge rock. And he told Athera that when their son grew up, he should move the rock. And if he were heroic enough and take the tokens for himself as evidence of his royal patronage. In Athens, Aegeus was joined by Medea, who had left Corinth after slaughtering the children she had born to that ain't the one I'm looking for. Thus, Theseus was raised in his mother's land. When Theseus grew up to be a young man, he moved the rock, recovered his father's tokens. His mother told him about the truth of his father's identity, that he must take the sword and sandals back to the king Aegeus to claim his birthright. Theseus could choose to go by sea, which was safe way, or by land, following a dangerous path around the Saconic Gulf, where he would encounter a string of 6 entrances into the underworld, each guarded by Cratonic, gods or spirits who inhabited the underworld, Hades, hell, under the earth. They were typically associated with death or fertility. He would have to go through the 6 entrances of the underworld. Young, brave, and ambitious, Theseus decided to go alone by land and defeated many bandits along the way. All right, then we're going to get to this next time. The 6 entrances to the underworld, right? The 6 labors. Dante wrote about this later, right? So I'm going to get back. Theseus slew him by his own method. He then seduced Cineas' daughter, all right, were bent down the ground. Let me see, he would capture travelers between 2 pine trees that were bent down to the ground and then let the trees go, tearing the victims apart. These are going. Theseus And all right, so I'm trying to find my part because I'm rushing. I'm trying to close out. I'm gonna do it next time if I don't find it now. I'm gonna get to my end part, right? Because I wanted to get to the part where she smashed the bull. She smashed the thing in the Minotaur. Zeus's challenge, okay, into a wrestling match. They be naked too. When he had beaten and killed them. All right, so anyway, Medea, the marathonian bull. This is where we get the word marathon too. Listen, running a marathon. When Theseus arrived in Athens, he did not reveal his true identity to Aegeus. He gave him hospitality but was suspicious of the young powerful stranger. Aegeus' consort Medea recognized Theseus immediately as Aegeus' son and worried that Theseus would be chosen as heir to Aegeus' kingdom instead of her son Metis. She tried to arrange to have Theseus killed by asking him to capture the Marathonian bull, an emblem of Cretan power. On the way to Marathon, that's where you get the marathon. On the way to Marathon, Theseus took shelter from a storm in the hut of an ancient woman named Hecale. She swore to make a sacrifice to Zeus, Hecale. Theseus on the way to capture Marathonian bull. If Theseus were successful in capturing the bull, Theseus did capture the bull, but when he returned to Hecale's hut, she was dead. In her honor, Theseus gave her a name to one of the Dems of Attica, making Attica's inhabitants and sent her adopted children. When Theseus returned the bull to poison him, at least the second knocked the bull wine cup. The father and son will be. I'll get to this another time. When Theseus is in the town, his reputation. Let me see. Where am I? Oh, I think it's here. I should scroll down. Here we go. Theseus and the Minotaur. Pasiphae, wife of King Minos. That's where the Minoans come from. Okay, we're going to get there. The Minos was a king of Crete, right? The son of Zeus and Europa. Every time years he made King Aegeus pick 7 young boys and 7 girls to be sent to Daedalus' creation, the labyrinth for the Minotaur, right? The wife of King Minos of Crete had several children. The eldest of these was Androgeus. This is where you get androgyny from, right? Set sail for Athens to take part in the Pantheonic Games. The Pantheonic Games was held every 4 years, Olympics, in Athens in ancient Greece. These games incorporate religious festival ceremony, athletic competition, and cultural events hosted within a stadium. Okay, so you get your Olympics, your Pantheonic Games, which were held every 4 years. Being strong and skillful, he did very well. Winning some events outright, he soon became a crowd favorite, much to the resentment of Pallantides, who assassinated him, incurring the wrath of Minos. When King, let me get to assassin. I don't want to keep reading that. We'll come back. Every 7 cycles of the solar year, the great year, 7 beautiful maidens. We'll come to that later. Another virgin waged war. And the third occasion, after Theseus. Look at Theseus again with these little naked kids. Right? All right? Phaedra. These names, boy. After the capture, Theseus used the string to Dionysus, ship of Theseus, according to Plutarch. All right. So anyway, we'll come back to this. Right? Look at Theseus defeats the centaur, all this naked stuff, right? And then this is his best friend. So Pirithous in Greek mythology was the king of the Lapiths at Larissa and best friend of Theseus. He was in love with his boy, Pirithous of Hippodamia. Hippodamia was the daughter of Athrax and king of Lapis in Greek mythology. Now, we'll get back to that. The centaurs, then Theseus carries off Helen of Troy on Attic. We'll get back to that. Great abductor, his bosom companion Pittheus, since they were sons of Zeus. So they were lovers. This insane stuff, right? Now, let me get to, because I'll come back to this. I need to close out. It's getting really late. We'll come back to this next time, right? As we go into more of Greece and everything. But let me get to, we went to Aegean, right? And we know that the Aegean Sea got its name from Aegeus. And Aegeus is supposed to be the father of Theseus, right? And Theseus, right? And the Aegean Sea is actually the Mediterranean. So I said, okay, Aegean is a Hellenistic deity god mythology, right? Of name and etymology. There we go. Of Theseus, right? Aegeus. Now, so we understand that they named the sea after that. So then I said, okay, oh, that's where it was. It was in the Minotaur. That's where the breakdown was, how the Minotaur was created. Share this tab instead. So this is the Minotaur. That's where it was. I thought it was over here. And he's a Nephilim, a bull's head, naked, a man's body, right? And they say the way that this Minotaur was created was part man, part bull. Baphomet, anybody, right? He dwelt at the center of the labyrinth. So, in Greek mythology, Minotaur, also known as Asterion, is a mythical creature portrayed with the head and tail of a bull and the body of a man. All right? Part man, part bull. He dwelt at the center of the labyrinth, which is an elaborate maze construction. Right? Now, let me see. The Minotaur was eventually slain by Theseus. The Minotaur derives from it's translated as the bull of Minos in Crete. Let me get to how it was creation myth. After ascending to the throne of the island of Crete, Minos competed with his brothers as ruler. Minos prayed to the sea god Poseidon to send him a snow-white bull as a sign of God's favor. This is the part I was looking for, right? In Greek mythology, the Cretan bull was the bull Pasiphae, and Pasiphae fell in love with the bull, giving birth to the Minotaur. Let's see, this is the part. Look, here we go. Let's clearly. These people are crazy, bro. Poseidon, Minos, and these people wrote this Christian stuff, man. I'm like, Minos competed with his brothers as ruler. Minos prayed to the sea god Poseidon to send him a snow-white bull as a sign of God's favor. Minos was to sacrifice the bull in honor of Poseidon. But owing to the bull's beauty, he decided instead to keep the bull because he was beautiful to him. Minos believed that the god would accept a substitute sacrifice instead of giving the bull. He thought the bull was cutie. It was a cutie patootie. So to punish Minos, Poseidon arranged with Aphrodite for Minos' wife. This is Minos' wife in Greek mythology, the queen of Crete, right? The daughter of Helios, that's Helios Christos, and the ocean nymphomaniac Perse is notable, the mother of the Minotaur. Okay, listen clearly. So Minos, instead of sacrificing the bull, he thought the bull was cute, beautiful. So he tried to give a substitute sacrifice to Poseidon. So to punish Minos, Poseidon arranged with Aphrodite for Minos' wife to fall in love with the bull. Pasiphae had the master craftsman, Daedalus, the skillful architect, fashioned for her a master craftsman, Daedalus, a skillful architect, all right, seen as a symbol of wisdom, knowledge, and power. He is the father of Icarus, the uncle of Perdix, right? Okay, Greek mythology, all these mythologies, right? So she, hold on, where I'm at, okay. She, owing to the beauty, he decided to keep him. She fell in love with the bull, and she had the master craftsman fashion her a hollow wooden cow in which she climbed on top of the cow to let the bull mate with her. She then fell pregnant and bore Asterius the Minotaur, making the Minotaur the grandchild of the god Helios. This is Helios. In the Greek religion, Helios is the god who personifies the sun. Helios, he's the sun god. He's often depicted with a radiant crown over his head. So when you see the Jesus with the sun orb over his head, okay? So she made them fashion a hollow wooden cow. She climbed on top of the cow, smashed the cow, got pregnant, bestiality, and gave birth to the Minotaur. She then nursed the Minotaur, but the Minotaur grew in size and became ferocious as the unnatural offspring of a woman and a beast. Bestiality, the Minotaur had no natural source of nourishment and thus started to devour humans for sustenance. Minos, following advice from the oracle of Delphi, had Daedalus construct a gigantic labyrinth to hold the Minotaur. We'll get back to that. These people are nasty. These people are really, really nasty. Now let's get to this part. We're going to close. This part. Horrible. The Mediterranean Sea. So I said, okay, they made up this Aegean Sea from this Aegean deity god. So why have we all keep calling this the Mediterranean Sea? That's one of the most important seas. It is an intercontinental sea situated between Europe, Asia, and Africa. It's the sea that is the connector of Afro, Asiatic, Shem, Ham, and Japheth land, Europe. So I said, hold on. Go ahead, Akiyama. I said,
Screen.
oh, share this tab instead. Thank you. Thank you. So, the Mediterranean Sea. Here it goes. Now, first of all, look how big it is. That's all. You got the Black Sea, you got Asia, you got Europe, you got Africa. It connects to the Atlantic Ocean. It also connects to the Red Sea. Let me make this bigger. Make it bigger. There we go. Look. Egypt, Mediterranean. Reed Sea, Israel, Lebanon, Levantine Sea. Right? So they name all of these. See? Aegean Sea. This is called in the Bible the Great Sea. Okay? This is how important this Mediterranean is. It also connects to the Black Sea, right? Now, I'm going to explain later where they get these colors for these seas. It's a reason, okay? Why it's the Black Sea and the Red Sea, right? But this is all what you would call the Great Sea. The manuscript call it the Hayam Haggadah. Hagadal, Hayam, Hayam Haggadah, the Great Sea. Now, it was so important because it's the area that all the kingdoms, look, you got Phut, you got Egypt, you got Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Look, this is what you would call the Cretan, Venetians, what they would call Hellenists, the Mycenaeans. This is what you would call the Latimus, what we call Italy. All of this is the Mediterranean. So I said, okay, it got to be something to this, right? Because I'm like, they always naming everything, right? And I'm like, okay, I need to find out, why did they name this Mediterranean? Look, you got Spain, that's Iberia, France, you got Russia, you got everything. It even leads to the Atlantic. This Great Sea, it leads to the Nile. The Nile dumps into it. This is one of the most important seas. Okay? All right? Now, Let's do this. We're closing out. Now, so I said, okay, I need to find out what is it with this sea because of how important it is. All right? So let's go down to the names and etymology. The Romans called the Mediterranean the Mare Magnum. Magnum condoms, anyone? But let's just keep it right. They called it the Great Sea, or Mare Internum, internal sea. And starting with the Roman Empire, they called it Mare Nostrum, our sea, because they conquered it. When the Roman Empire, they said they changed it. The Bible calls it the Great Sea. The Hayam Haggadah, they called it our sea because now we control it. It's ours. Okay. The term Mare Mediterraneum appears later. Silenus, okay, a Latin grammarian, apparently used this in the 3rd century, but the earliest extant witness to it in the 6th century. It means in Isidore Seville, all right? It means in the middle of land, inland. In Latin, a compound of medius for middle, listen, terra for land or earth, and anus. I'm closing with this. It just don't stop. I know Elder some of y'all like, enough. Pause. And anus, meaning having the nature of. Listen, so Mediterraneous, Anius. It was Mediterranean. It means in the middle of the earth, the anus, and it means the middle terra land of Anis. Now, they called the Aegean, remember, they called this Egyptos, when y'all gonna see that next time, that all of this, they keep naming after these gods, and it always got everything to do with this Anus. So, the Latin word is a calque. A calque in linguistics is a loan translation. Now listen clearly what this means. A loan, a word or phrase borrowed from another language. Oh, not stolen. It's a loan. I guess they pay a loan. We'll give it back, right? We're just borrowing your language, and we're going to take your word. By literal word for word or root for root translation, to calque means to borrow or a word phrase from another language while translating its components into your own, so as to create a new word. So they came up with a word to steal people's language. Yo, this is some crazy work. They came up with a word to literally steal people's language, and it's called calque. Right? Wow, these people are crazy. Now, the Latin word is a calque of the Greek word mesogeus, inland, from mesos, meaning the middle, and genius, of the earth or the land. So the Romans put anus on there. And the earth, the original meaning may have been the sea in the middle of the earth rather than the sea enclosed by land. In modern Arabic, is known as al-Ba'al, whatever, such and such, the White Middle Sea. We'll get to that another time, all right? The Sea of the Romans is later from the Arabics later. At first, the name referred to only the Eastern Mediterranean, all right? So, the Egyptians called it Wajur, the term the Great Green, name given by the ancient Egyptians to the semi-solid, semi-aquatic region that was characterized by the papyrus forest to the north, right? The Great Green. The Hebrew Bible calls it the Great Sea. The Romans call it the Mediterranean, in the middle of the anus. That's what it called. It's crazy. The Carthaginians, well, we'll get back to them, called it the Syrian Sea. All right? In text, the Phoenicians and the Hebrew Bible, it was known as the Great Sea, or Hayam Haggadah, in the book of Numbers, book of Joshua, and Ezekiel, or simply as the sea in 1 Kings. Okay? Now, in modern Hebrew, it's called Hayam Hakatikion, whatever. We don't care about no modern Hebrew. Shout out to Unique in the building or on Facebook. Now, they see all the other cultures ain't say nothing about no ain't crap, right? Even the Greeks, right? The ancient Greeks called the Mediterranean the sea or the Great Sea because the ancient Greeks took their stuff from the Habariyah, okay? Or the sea around us, all right? Now, the according to Levant, okay, let me close out with this. This is where they get the colors from, guys. All right? In the Levant, the cultures use colors to refer to cardinal points. Black referred to the north, which explains why the Black Sea was to the north of the Great Sea. I ain't about to call it no Mediterranean no more. Oh, it's crazy rich in life. It's one of the most fertile because it touches all the fertile crescent and everything, the continents. All right? And it flows into the Nile and everything, into the Black Sea. So this is why, now remember guys, this is before racism. This is before races. This is why the Red Sea, everybody, is to the south. The Black Sea is to the north. So in the cultures in the ancient Levant, the Mesopotamic region, they use colors to refer to cardinal points. Black referred to the north, explaining the Black Sea. Yellow or blue would be to the east. Red was to the south, hence the Red Sea. And white was to the west. That's why some of the Turkish and Hellenists called that part of the Great Sea, what they call the Mediterranean, the White Sea. Okay? Now, the Old English name was the Vandal Sea, after the Vandals who occupied, right? And we'll go into that next time. But I just wanted to break down, and this is how in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, they called it the Waj'ur or the Waj'wer, where in their culture. It was never no Mediterraneus, Rainus, Aeneas, okay? The Great Sea. Let me click this. We closing out now. Oh, why is it not showing? Is it? It's not spinning. I mean, there it goes. It's just taking long. See? So this is the Great Sea. So, look, Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, what you call Italy, what you call Greece, what you call Anatolia, took all leading into it leads into the Red Sea, all of it. Atlantic Ocean, all of it. It was very fertile. Tanzania, North, East Africa, all the way to Spain, Gibraltar. We're going to break all this stuff down later. Monaco. So this is where these people came from to this island, but they later became Rome. Right? And this is the Mycenaean Crete. Okay? All right. We'll break all this down next time. Wow. All right. I did a long one. So that was some of the breakdown of the Romans. Because we got to understand, I got you, Hakiyama, who the Romans are, to get to them naming this religion Christianity, them making councils at Nicaea, them saying that changed Sunday, the set apart seventh day to Sunday worship. listen clearly, them saying that this Saturnalia and Christmas, these religions, them making a canon to say what belongs in the Hebrew manuscript and what is not belong in it. How? Who are these people? To find out that these people was in the bestiality and all this stuff. So how do they get to write? And the fact that they got these Christians running around, Hakyama, talking about the Trinity and the Lord God and Baal, got you all still serving Romulus. Romulus. Bestiality. This. Next time, we're going to go into, I had to bring the start, because then I'm going to go into Alexander, and they're going to invade these Romans. Now y'all have a foundation of where they came from, right? They were one of the many tribes in the region of Latium, okay? They were Indo-European Japhetic people who came to live and conquer there. They formed the Roman culture. They created these deities, this deity named Romulus, these mythologies. They created their belief system, and then they created the Roman kingdom. Later, they established the Roman Republic, and then they built the Roman Empire. And they absorbed and integrated all the cultures of all the people they conquered, all right? And they ruled the modern world, the Roman kingdom. And we still follow their language, culture, and all of it. And they built a Christian empire. Do you understand? They took the Hebrews' culture and rewrote it into their likeness and image. And they got people celebrate by now about to put a Asherah tree up and give presents and worship when the manuscript said do not put no tree up. They got people celebrating all Saturnalia, Natanalia, all this stuff. But you need to know. So now we have a foundation of who these Roman deities are. And then we're going to go back next Friday. Since we got a bit of the foundation of who they are, then we're going to lead up into when they conquered the Hellenists and the Greekos, okay, and named them Greeks. They name everybody. They the gangsters. They'll conquer you and then name you what they want, okay? And they had a state religion, mystery cults, okay? All right, Hakyama. Could you bless this study with the house prayer, please, as we close out to get this, let me get this nasty image of bestiality off the, off the screen, okay? Consecrate this study out of these wicked people's images. All right. So let me stop sharing that, right? And share screen, window, where is it? Oh, I gotta find it. Here, click that, go back to that, there we go, share screen. Whenever you're ready, Hakim. You're welcome, Abiya.
Praise Yah. Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deep, fire and hail, snow and vapors, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth, and the Shemayim the heavens. He also exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharal, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High, Yah.
Praise the Most High. All right, I'm going to close out with this. INC Philip Crump was over on Facebook. Shout out to Rambo. Y'all remember Rambo for the 25 to Life story? Yo, shout out to Big Bo. Love you, Big Bo. I ain't know you was over there. I ain't see the like. I wish you would have wrote. Big Bo, you should have wrote a chat. I probably wouldn't have seen it. Sometimes they mess with the chat. I would have shouted you out, Big Rambo. Shout out to Bo. Love you, Bo. All right, now, we closing right here. Thank you, Akiyama, for covering the house. Stop share. Let's close with this info. I'm glad I got it because it fits right here. Last info for the night. Share screen. It's not going to take long. I'm just show y'all what it says really quick. Right here. Share screen. Now look at this. This is about the Minotaur, right? That thing. Some 19th century mythologists proposed that the Minotaur was a personification of the sun and a Minoan adaptation of Baal Moloch of the Phoenicians. You know I got to close out with, listen clearly, Shalom Akiana. The slaying of the Minotaur by that little ditty Theseus, in that case, could be interpreted as a memory of Athens breaking tributary relations with Minoan Crete. They said that this Minotaur is their adaptations of Baal Moloch of the Phoenicians. Now look at this. The historical personality of Minos, and this is the Minoans, we'll get there with the Greeks. Now they were black, and the Phoenicians are black. And the Greeks got these gods from the Phoenicians. The Greeks got their Greek alphabet, the Hellenists, from the Phoenicians, and they got their culture from the Mycenaeans, who come from the Minoans. And our blackity black serving all these Zeus gods, well, these fallen angel Anunnaki gods. All right? Now, it says, the historical personality of Minos, in view of the story of Phalaris, considers it probable that in Crete, where a bull cult worshiping may have existed by the side of the laborers. Victims were tortured by being shut up in the belly of a red-hot brazen bull. This is the Minoan. We'll get that next time when we go to the Hellenistic Greek to come back to the Romans. This is where they got their, right? This is still Baal, the Lord God Baal worship, brazen bull, calf, the barbecue. They was putting them up in the belly of a red-hot brazen bull. The story of Talos, the Cretan man, Cretan, the man of brass who heated himself red hot and clasped strangers in his embrace as soon as they landed on the island of Crete. Listen, Brother Creedell. Shalom, Brother Creedell. Most High's blessings over you. Now listen, guys. The story of the Cretans got a story of Talos. They said it's a man of brass who heated himself red hot, and anybody that came to the island, he grabbed them and embraced you. This the culture. Now, these are blacks, the Cretans. This is where the Hellenes come from, the Greeks, where they got their civilized from the Phoenicians earlier, but the Mycenaeans and the Minoans. And this is where the Minotaur, it's Baal, it's crazy that it never stops being the same culture. And this right here, stop share screen, is the Cretans. The Cretans bringing gifts to Egypt in the tomb of Rekhmire under King Tut III with dreadlocks. Okay? Crete, Minosis. It's crazy. It never fails. Boy, us blackity blacks, we know we get ourselves in some mess. This has been how Rome conquered Hellenistic Egypt. Well, we'll go back to there because we basically should have been how Rome became to exist, because I thought we would get all the way to till they made it to Egypt. That'll be next Friday, and created Christianity. Part of the series. We'll be there next week. We'll be making it into Egypt, and we entering Christianity too. I think by next Friday we should be entering the Rome creating of Christianity, the actual word Christianity, and their images, right? Wow, what a lesson. All right. You may the Most High bless and cover you all. We thank you for joining us on this 7th day. May you go forth and be the light in the darkness. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder Tamaya, for your covering. Thank you, young Elder Yasha, for your covering. Thank you, Mashaya Assembly's Mashaya Assembly House of Yah, for your covering of the chat and anybody new who came, for people on Facebook, people on the vertical live stream. This has been Here Come the Ditties. The Romans are coming. The redcoats ain't had nothing on the Romans. Okay? No, what happened? Let me know what. It didn't change her name.
She said Shabbat Shalom family. Not sure what YouTube is doing. I was in another YouTube channel and it sent recommendations to Mashiach Assembly House of Yah, and my message did not post. I don't know how it changed my name either.
That's this YouTube Diddy stuff. They gave me a strike, right? I know you are, Zazaya. I can see your image on the thing. When the Most High cover and bless you all, go forth and be the light in the darkness, right? Now we learning about all the religion, about all the culture. The Most High's truth, right? Pull back the layers of the onions. The key is to find out who are these people. What were they worshiping? What did they believe in? How did their culture come to be? To decide if I'm going to eat from their table. That devil's a lie. I don't want nothing to do. I'm sorry. If I was now so-called Christian, I would definitely be coming out of that, because I need to go to the original, not what the Roman enslaver ditties did. They was all about bestiality and stuff, and then they took this and wrote they liked this image and gave me all this stuff. No, I want the original. So we are finding out. May the Most High cover and bless you all, everybody worldwide. We'll see y'all again Wednesday, but I'm live Sunday doing the dedication to Pierre, live on 25 to Life. Okay, I'm going to put the link for the Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life TV before we close out. I'll see y'all Sunday. Y'all see the thing for the 25 to Life crew. We be live Sunday. It's going to be dope. And we got some stories to tell. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Father, for this lesson and breaking down who these Romans are, who these Hellenes are, who these Greeks are, who these Minoans are, who these Macedonians are, who these, I need to know who everybody is, who the Pharisees and Sadducees are, who the Ashkenazim, who the Khazars are, who everybody is, who the Black of the Blacks, who the Motians, who the Kemet is, who the Amalekites, the Amorites. I need to know the Moabites. I need to know who Canaan is. I need to know who Mashiach is, who the Messiah is, who is Masha Moses. He ain't making it to the promised land. Why are they following him? Who is everybody? The Most High gonna tell the truth, the power. I want to know the truth. Don't y'all want to know the truth? We've been lied to long enough. This the channel of truth. I gotta watch everything I post, 'cause they watching me like a smoker. They watching me through, and it struck me for a video I put out 4 years ago. We need to know the truth. This the channel of the truth. We shadow ban, but whatever. We might only get 100 people on the live, spread between the two lives. We might only get 5, 7, 1,000 views, but whatever. The truth is here. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all have a blessed day tomorrow. For those who practice the Shabbat, y'all reflect on areas in your life where you fall short of the glory of the Most High. Go forth and be the light in this dark world. Teach your children these history lessons is to teach. This is what we should be learning in history school. This the real history. This part, that part, this part. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat means 7th day of the Most High. Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. So when I say Shabbat Shalom, I'm saying peace and blessings of the Most High unto you on this set apart 7th day. Shabbat Shalom, from the house of Yah to all of y'all. We out. See y'all next See y'all tomorrow, and then see y'all next Wednesday.
He at secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He at secure